But Andy, it's an interesting competition today because Grenada has won one match, lost one. St. Vincent has lost two. Dominica has won two. St. Lucia has won one, lost one. And so today, Grenada is looking to stay in the winning column. And if they were to win that game, then they have two wins like Dominica. And so Dominica definitely over in at the Benjamin Park would look to want to really separate themselves in the competition by winning today against St. Lucia. So it will be an interesting conversation, and we will monitor. We will monitor both games, and so we could keep the listeners and the followers abreast as to what's happening, because it's a very interesting conversation today and an interesting competition.
So we see another Edwards opening the bowling. So from the southern end is Jeremy Edwards. From the northern end, Aaron Edwards. It's an Edwards thing. This one is a left-hander, left-arm bowler. Striking on the pad. Let's see the umpire, Mr. Lantern, signals a leg by. One more to the total. 6 without loss. We're in the second over. The sun is coming out there in full glory here at the Geneva playing field. So Grenada, they lost on the Duckworth lift system against method, I should say, against
Dominica.
Dominica scored 168 and Grenada won 11 for 7 of their 29 overs. They were set 208. They were set to get, and 111 for 7 they ended up with, losing by the Duckworth list method. And then they beat St. Lucia by 23 runs. They got 123 and restricted St. Lucia to 103. So a wider signal there by the umpire. One more will be added to the total to move to 7. St. Vincent on the other hand, they were badly beaten by St. Lucia right here. They lost by 163. They were dismissed for 45. And in their last match, a lovely shot getting into his wicket and pulling it. It will go pretty close to the boundary. It will be stopped there. But the batters will cross for 2 runs. But a good positive shot there by Phillips.
Yes, Andy, although the grounds look well cut, it's a little bit heavy with the moisture that is in there, and as a result, that shot, which looked very well played there by Phillips, it did not have the legs to actually reach the boundary. But it looked like a good offer this morning from both Damali and Alston Bob, and I'm not sure if what we're seeing there reflects good communication between the batsmen.
So far, so good. They were dismissed for 45 against St. Lucia and dismissed for 107 against the Dominica. So they would want to do much better than that here today. And all the glory there, the sun shining, play square of the wicket, well fielded there. And there is no run. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 2. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 9 without loss. So today, a crucial time in the tournament. St. Lucia would want to bounce back and beat Dominica, then they would have 2 wins and 1 loss. Grenada, on the other hand, would want to win here today. It would be 2 wins and a loss, and if Dominica loses, they would have had 2 wins and a loss. So a very critical day today in this tournament.
Yes, Andy, and we alluded to that earlier on, and that is the reason why we see they probably looking more resolute and more aggressive batting from St. Vincent. St. Vincent looking to really get off the mark in terms of wins, and but this being said, looking at the Mali and Bob out there, they're looking like there's a little bit of not immaculate communication between them. So we hope it does not result in a run out eventually.
Lift in delivery, but too wide and signaled as such by umpire Lenny Dangoman. One more to the total, 11. Bob just got out the mark in the previous delivery. Bob is on 1, Phillips is on 4. 11 without loss, and we're in the third over, being bowled by Aaron Edwards. In the air, just over the man at mid-on. The ball will beats the fielder there, running across and goes into the boundary. Camille, in fact, it looks like number 11 for Grenada. Not too sure I have it right. They had him as the wicket keeper, but anyway. So is 11 I see on the paper. So anyway, the point is 4 runs there, lovely shot over the head, and Phillips will get a boundary, will move to 8, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines 15.
Just way of correction, Andy, the wicket keeper is Rakim Lewis. Rakim Lewis is the wicket keeper. Rakim Lewis Charles. We apologize for that miscommunication, but Rakim Lewis Charles is the wicket keeper, and Camille Abraham is the one being now fielding in the mid-off position.
Driven straight now to Abraham, who fumbles and allows for a single. So one more to Bob it is. Bob getting his second run, and the score is 16. 16. Here is Aaron Edwards. Driven in the air, high in the air, the backward point won't get across to it, sends in the one bounce return. They'll cross for 2, so Phillips will get 2 more runs, and the total will move on to scorer Mr. Bellot, there's 19, and the over comes to an end, over number 3, and at the end of 3, make it 19 without loss. So the scorer is trying to reconcile the scores. As the other Edwards is Jeremy Edwards. Left arm was driven straight to cover. Bob looks at his bat. He may have got the ball on the lower end of the bat, 2 of the bat. Yes, he saw that the ball was there for the drive. Again, a good delivery. Bob covers up, pushes it to short extra cover, and again Bob can score.
And Bob, taking a look at Bob, albeit he did not score that many runs at the last match against Dominica on Sunday, but he seems to be a very compact player. But what do you make of Bob's ability as an opening batsman?
He has the patience, I can tell you. They're on 1, they're thinking of 2, and the decision they made is a correct one. They decide against the second. 1 more to Alston Bob Jr., and the score advances by 1 to 20. So Bob is on 3, Phillips is on 10. Driven straight to short extra cover, and he can't score.
Seems like there's a problem with the bat, Andy, because we heard it took the toe off the bat, and the song that it made it sound like it's a crack bat. Immediately, the batsman Damali Phillips there signaling to his peers that he needs another bat.
Again, coming forward, playing on the front foot, correctly driving to cover, can't score. A good line and maintaining that line, forcing the batters to play, but Phillips has been handling it quite well so far. Full to the bat, driven to mid-off. Again, keeping the ball on the stumps. The over comes to an end. Over number 4, 20 without loss.
As U15 talking about?
Yeah, under 20, under 15.
And it's nice to see the pathway programs that are available for the youngsters in the region, in the sub-region, under 15 competition, under 20 competitions, or U19 really. And Alston Bob is one of 2 players on the St. Vincent team, Andy, who would have represented St. Vincent from as way back as 2018, when they represented the country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in the U15 tournament. At the time, they were just 10 years old. So when we see Bob working the balls the way he does, opening of his wrist and looking to manipulate the fields to extract singles, it speaks to a wealth of experience already representing his country. And Damali, no ball that is, Andy, what seemed to be out caught at point, he will regret, because a no ball was just being signaled there by umpire Dungaben.
He played it quite well. I don't think it was a catch.
Yeah, he was caught at point.
Many ball bounced in front the fielder, unless if I'm totally mistaken.
Well, I must be totally blind. Been told it bounced. But lovely shot there, though, from Damali.
Yeah, I see your spectacles on top of your forehead, so I think you should bring it down.
It's sometimes it's more than just a spectator's catch. It's also the commentator's catch. But I hope it's not goat mouth, Andy.
So Edwards, this time he runs the works this nicely. Some wrist work there done by Bob. Just working it nicely, delightfully. Gets 2 runs. He moves to 7, and 1 short signal there by the umpire, Lenny Dangoben. So that will keep Bob on 6. 22 will the score. Huh? 22 as Jeremy bowling from the northern end. There are 2 Edwards operating. Jeremy Edwards from the south,
yes, from the south.
And Aaron Edwards bowling from here, the northern end. Plays this one square of the wicket once again. And clearly, I think you can see that traveled all along the ground at this time. I'm just joking.
From just off the bat, and just off the bat, Simon staying there for this many hours, you're gonna have to get a light moment. You have to make a light moment.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. There is Edwards, driven straight there to the Abraham at mid-off, and he can score. Kept on 22. Apart from one lifting delivery we saw from Aaron Edwards, the Grenadians, they have concentrated on targeting the stumps.
Yes, Andy, and occasionally when you look for the faster one, maybe you get a little wide delivery. But you could see the plan for Grenada is to attack the stumps, especially like the fact that St. Vincent has not, on both occasions, been bowled out in the 2 previous matches. You'd want to think that if it's a weakness in their team in the batting, you want to bowl wicket to wicket and hope that they make the mistakes that they probably would have made in the previous matches.
Good lifting delivery. He may have got an edge. The reaction from the players suggests that he got an edge. The wicketkeeper did not hold on Rakim Louis Charles, and therefore maybe a chance going a begging there. Aston Bob getting a life. The over comes to an end. Over number 5 is completed. 22 for the loss. Without loss, could have well been 22 for 1, Yudi.
Yes, it's a missed opportunity, and I just spoke about a while ago about my mouth maybe being a good mouth in the situation. What was certainly not a catch, and this time you have the job catch. But you could tell. I'm hoping that they could bounce back because you could see the body language from the guys, especially those in the slip cordon, and the not looking very happy with the job catch. And I think it was a case of maybe celebrating. The ball was a lifting delivery, by the way, and it might have caught both the batsman and the wicketkeeper off guard, and in his reaction dropping that catch, and so let's hope that they could regroup as a team and push that behind them.
Yes, you've got to forget what has just happened and move on. Can do nothing about it now. You've got to try to keep focused. So Jeremy Edwards from the southern end, driven, lovely, finds the man at short extra cover, knocks the ball down. Not clean, it is get it into dance cleanly, but certainly prevented a run.
.22 without loss, Andy, after 5 overs. Let the delay again, Andy. A little delay in the communication. Alston Bob was ready for that single, recognizing and doing backing up well. Let's call it that way. Call it what it is. Really backing up well. Both the long on and the long off are a little bit distant. The mid wicket is a little bit squarish, and so recognizing that there was a run, Alston Bob was ready, and it took some time before the Mali reacted, and that's what we noticed from very onset. A slight state of miscommunication by these individuals.
Yes, Bob pushes on the onside and had the fielder from mid wicket picked up cleanly. There might have been some concern, but they got the run. One more to the St. Vincent and Grenadines total. Bob adds 1 to his total. He has moved to 7. Phillips, whom we did not see much, he did score in the last match, but he looks quite compact today. Seems to want a big score, and for St. Vincent's sake, he needs to stay there. He is looking quite good so far.
Yes, certainly, and we could see the growth of the team St. Vincent. In the first match, scored just 45. And the last match they scored in excess of 100. And so today we're seeing the growth of the batsmen there, and Damali Philip is demonstrating that today. Probably have a different approach. One of the things I noticed about St. Vincent is the desire to work the ball, to maybe to rotate the striker as much as possible.
Yeah, Bob scored 22 in the last match. Phillips out caught there at extra cover. Just when we were giving him all the plaudits, he hits one uppishly straight to the man at extra cover and has to make his way back to the pavilion. Phillips out for 12. St. Vincent and the Grenadines lose their first wicket with the score on 24.
Yes, and this one he was just a little bit too far on the drive, and so executing the point of contact, his head, the bat was sort of in front of the head, as opposed to, as you tell the players, you want to play that stroke with your head above the ball. This time maybe into the shot a little bit in too early, and he plays this one upishly and really paid the price, which was his wicket.
So the captain is going out, Jordan Charles, to join Alston Bob. Charles only scored 5 in the last match. He would want to do much better as the captain of the side. He goes out there. Phillips just going caught at extra cover. Bowled by Aaron. Aaron? Yes. Aaron Edwards. 12. Have a slight drizzle, but I do not think that will cause any players to go off the field at this present time. What we have to do is to secure the equipment, the electronics.
Because I sacrificed my foot. Yes, sir.
Cavon, the first
Is-
Buffalo. So a wide signal, one more to the total, 25 it is for one. The man who took the catch was Captain Cavon Bartholomew, taking the catch at extra cover of the bowling of Aaron Edwards. Phillips gone for 12.
I guess, Andy, you could tell by the reaction of the batsman there, Damali Phillips, that he was pretty disappointed with himself in getting out that way.
The ball had been from the bowlers. They had been pitching up the ball. Both Phillips and Bob, they were driving all along the ground. But on that occasion, Phillips played it just a bit uppishly, and he paid the price. Outside the off stump, Charles flashes at, misses. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 6, 26 for the loss of 1. Bob on 7 and 26, correct? Yeah. Okay. And that one that is there now.
Yes.
Okay.
Aaron.
Aaron on that side? Okay. So Jeremy get the wicket then?
Yes.
Huh? So wide signal, one more to be added to the total, 27. So Phillips was actually caught by Bartholomew, the captain of the bowling of Jeremy Edwards for 12 when the score was on 24. It has moved on now to 27 as it's Jeremy Edwards from the northern end. Bowls to Barber. Bob covers up. Compact in defense. Batted for quite a while in the last match against Dominica. Only scored 22. But while he was there, he looked quite good. Again, working this one delightfully off his legs. Man from deep backward square will come in, and Bob will get his apron. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss, 28 for the loss of 1. Good delivery. Charles forced to play. Ball beats the bat and goes through to wicketkeeper Rakim Luis Charles. RLC. Rakim Luis Charles, the wicketkeeper. Remember Alston Bob Jr., son of Alston Bob, who represented the Windward Islands down the leg side, and will be signaled wide by umpire Lenny Dangleben. Tall man with a large wingspan is Dangleben, man when he gives a dismissal, the batter, when the ball strikes the batter on the pad, he is in suspense for such a long time. Outside the off stump, not forced to play on this occasion. Delivery there from Aaron Edwards. Charles allows it to go through to the wicket keeper.
You know, sports is meant to be fun, Andy, and when you can have the fun in different ways, with the umpires bringing in their own little flavor in the game, it adds a little dimension to it and makes it a lovely thing to behold.
Driven on the offside to the extra cover, it beats him, but can't get past the man at mid-off. Number 29 it is?
Yes.
No. The numbers are all mixed up, I can tell you. There is a mix. We'll have to watch when the wicketkeeper comes down and see what number he has. So another run taken quickly. That will be Charles getting off the mark. Has how many?
He had one.
So that's two.
One he has. That's Bob. That
Oh,
was on
Bob.
the other side.
Okay, so
He get off the mark when they almost run for two.
okay. So the score is
31.
31. 7-1. So 7 overs completed, 31 for 1.
Charles on the one.
Okay,
Bob on 9.
okay. So Alston Bob on 9. He opened the innings with Phillips. As we see Jeremy Edwards, the wicket taker, gets one. There's a lift in, but well handled there by Bob. Standing up tall. He's a short man. He stood on his back foot and played it quite comfortably. Gets another run. He moves to 10. 32 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and looking at the variety of shots and his ability to react to the different situations with the ball, Alston Bob look like he has the making of a good batsman.
Yes, he has the temperament. Edwards bowls a delivery to the captain Charles. Charles just allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So we see there is only one slip and the wicketkeeper is number 11. well, there are 2 number 11s on the field because there was a time when the 11 failed at mid-off. I thought it was the wicketkeeper. Then there was an 11 at mid-off. Anyway, we will sort that out in a while. As I can see number 11 there, the wicketkeeper, and that would be Camille Abraham from our list. Anyway, we will sort that out in time.
But there might have been a change on it because certainly at one stage in the game, Camille Abraham, the number 11, was at long on and long off. So you are right. We probably just did not notice when the wicketkeepers changed. The change was made.
If and when.
Yes. And we were being told there that the previous wicketkeeper appeared to be taller than the current number 11. So there must have been a change at one stage of the innings.
Too wide on this occasion, and will be signaled there by umpire Lantern. One more to the total, 33 for the loss of 1. We're on the 8th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss, deciding that they will take first knock. It's the Winlott Windward Islands Under 19 tournament played here in Dominica. This match here at Geneva playing field. Driving square, beats the man at cover point. They run 1. Charles will get a second run. Charles 2 now, 34. 35?
Yeah,
35.
35 for 1.
35 for 1.
35 for 1 after 7.4 overs, Andy. And I'm just taking note, over time, just to see what is becoming almost like a norm. The
High
Grenadian,
foot toss, dispatched down to the mid-wicket boundary, and no ball signal. So 5 runs will be added. It will be 40 for the loss of 1. Making hay while the sun shines. Loose delivery, high ball. It must have been over waist high. That's why it was called a no ball. And the batter there, Alston Bob, really dispassionate very well to the mid-wicket boundary.
I guess, and then just to bring back the conversation that we were having just before that loose delivery there, um, uh, the the Grenadians seem to be athletic, but what we are seeing is a lot of misfielding, and that may be the reason why they are in the position they are in. Grenada, quite a few singles were given to St. Vincent as a result of misfielding.
Bob plays to mid off, gets another run. He'll move to 15, and at the end of over number 8, the score will move to 41 for the loss of 1, just going a bit over 5 runs per over.
Yes, and the actual score, the run rate, sorry, current run rate is 5.13. And Alston Bob, he's 15 of 24 deliveries. And Jordan Charles, that is the captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he is on 2 for having faced 7 deliveries.
We're going to have a water break. The players will get themselves refreshments. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss, deciding to bat. They opened with Damali Phillips and Alston Bob. Damali Phillips was the first to go, caught by Captain Bartholomew. He has a long name, Von Bartholomew. Bowled by Jeremy Edwards for 12 when the score was on 24. So these two batters, the captain Jordan Charles, and Alston Bob, they have moved the score from 24 to 41. Partnership of 17 so far. Bob is not out on 15. Charles is not out on 2. And these two and the whole St. Vincent team will want to score as many runs today. They were dismissed for 45 against St. Lucia. They wouldn't want to hear that repeated too often, where they lost by 163 to St. Lucia. But they lost by 63, a much better performance, but they were still dismissed for an under par total 107. So it's the Winlott Islands tournament. We are here at Geneva playing field. Dominica and St. Lucia locked in battle over at Benjamin Park. As soon as we get updates, we will keep you posted. Yesterday, the Winward Islands bounced back strongly. They scored 286, and at the close of play yesterday, they had Guyana Happy Eagles on 257 for 9. So as soon as we get some word, we'll really inform you as to what is transpiring over there. It's just about 7 minutes after 10, so play, barring rain, would have begun over there in Antigua, and I don't think Antigua has too much rain. Things seemingly always seem to be dry out there, and as soon as we get updates, we will keep you posted. Play has started over there, and just 1 run added so far, 260 for 9. I'm not too sure if they have taken the new ball. The new ball was due yesterday afternoon, but I think because of the light, they could not use the new ball. But I can give you good news that Gillen Tyson had picked up 4 wickets, and he bowled quite splendidly.
Yes, and just as a remark, it would be lovely for him to actually get that last wicket standing for Guyana, to have a 5-4 in his first match back, and it would be a good thing for him. It should add to his confidence and boost his confidence.
Indeed. So we are about to know it's the same bowler, Aaron Edwards, will resume. It will be the ninth over. Edwards, two Edwards, one from the north, one from the south, opens the face of the bat, stares down the ball to deep backward point, you would describe it as. Gets one more run. So Bob gets another, he moves to 16. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 42 for the loss of one. We're in the ninth over. It's a 50 over side affair here at Geneva playing field. The sun is out in all its glory, I can tell you. Good lifting delivery. Charles acknowledges that it was a good delivery, using his expression there that it lifted a bit awkwardly for him, but he handled it quite well in the end. Hits over the infield, Charles, over squarish cover, into the boundary, the ball goes. Boundary there to Charles, moves him to 6. 46 for the loss of one wicket, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're in the ninth over, being bowled by Aaron Edwards. Aaron Edwards from the north, Jeremy Edwards from the south. Firmly driven, push drive, beats the bowler, but you can't beat the man at mid-on. Fields well. Desron Mitchell there at mid-on. High foot toss to the left of Mitchell. Mitchell move across to his left. A no ball signal, so 2 runs will be added to the total. 44 for 1. High full toss. Did not get hold of it as you have liked. Luckily for him, the ball was to the left of Mitchell. There's Ron Mitchell. And in the end, they took a single. Charles moves to 7. Hits this one hard and high. There is no one there. It bounces just in front of the boundary at mid-wicket. And because of the wet outfield, the ball just stopped. It was hard and high. And they ran 3 runs? 3 runs. So that was a mighty blow. But the ball failing to go over the boundary. 3 runs taken there by Alston Bob. Gets to 19, 47 for 1.
Yes, Andy, earlier on I spoke about the 4 when Alston Bob would have hit a lovely shot off the hip down to deep mid-wicket area, and in spite of it being well hit, Andy, it did not go, and it's because of and I said about the heaviness of the field, and we're now seeing exactly what it is. The little bit of moisture that we have, the exorbitant moisture that we saw as a result of all the rains that we've been having overnight, that makes the outfield very heavy, and we could see as soon as the ball dropped, it dropped and stayed exactly where it dropped. And we had a situation similar to this because it been so close to the boundary. I remember during the Dream 11 competition, one of the Dream 11 competitions, the last one that really took place really, when a ball was hit by Gillon Tyson and it dropped right next to the rope and just made a nice little crater. And that is what happens when we have the outfield getting so much water overnight. But we're hoping that with the bright sunshine that we've been having so far, that the grounds will get a little bit harder.
So we're about to see a bowling change from the southern end. It's Jayon Henry. He will operate. He will replace the wicket taker, Jeremy Edwards. Make a correction there. The 50 has been posted for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's actually 51 for the loss of 1.
After 9.1 overs and a much better position now than they were in against Dominica.
Loud appeal, and up goes the finger of Lantern. Bob goes leg before wicket. The very first delivery ball by Henry. Bob struck on the pad, a loud appeal, and Bob has to go back to the pavilion. 51 for the loss of 2. Bob out, leg before wicket, bowled Jayon Henry.
Yes, Andy. It looked like, but it certainly hurt to songs. It might have been bat and pad or the ball striking both parts in that situation. But the umpire being in the better position than we are, he'll be able to see, and maybe without the benefit of the replay, and they probably cannot really speak to it. But Bob certainly was looking good during his innings, and he would regret being out that way. But the introduction of the new bowler, Jayon Henry, has reaped rewards from the very onset.
So umpire Lantern called upon to make his first big decision, and he raised that dreaded finger, and Bob is back in the pavilion, leg before wicket for 19, 51 for the loss of 2, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as Zach Thomas comes out to join his captain. Zach will be on strike.
And so Zach Thomas is one experienced player replacing another. Zach Thomas in 2018, when he was just 10 years, represented St. Vincent, like Alison Bob, in the U15 competition. So he's been there for a while, maybe 8 years representing his country. It brings another level of experience, but it would have been nice to see those two in the middle looking to put a commanding total there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Striking with his first delivery. Gets the delivery, you could see he's pumped up now, and bowling with some zest. He's getting in, and bowling quite lively. That ball wasn't that accurate. Should really force the new batter, Thomas, to play, but maybe just trying to dangle that carrot, see if the slight nerves would be that would get the better again, just in that corridor. But Zach Thomas judges it well and allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Andy, and a little bit of carry there from Jayon Henry, and So it's nice to see that fast bowling is still alive and well in the Windwards. Earlier, albeit that we've had some wides and a few no balls from the fast bowlers, but looking at what we see when they get it right, there's prospect and there's future for fast bowling in the sub-region.
Yes, good point there, Udi. I think they're strengthening the offside. If Henry is going to maintain that line just outside the off stump, you need he strokes it to the left of cover point and will get his first run. Thomas off the mark, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines one more to their total, 52 for the loss of 2 now.
Albeit, and it was a full toss, and he was still cramped to space. He didn't try to overhit it get excited because it was a full toss. All he did was just use a very soft hand and play that with some class to get off the mark. And when you see batsmen making decisions of that sort, you know that there's potential among them.
Yes, delivery, but the left-hander putting him off on this occasion. He was bowling to the right-hander and he was getting it on that off stump. But this time, Charles, the left-handed batter, he strayed and went down the leg side, and a wide signal by umpire Lantern.
I guess, and the fast bowler, I say, particularly coming from bowling over the wicket, with that change, with bowling such a good length.
Bill and struck in front, in the opinion of the umpire Lantern. See the two umpires getting together, but the decision has been made already. Don't think it's much to do with the decision. 53 for the loss of 3. Charles, leg before wicket, bowled by Henry. Henry doing the job for his team. Henry getting Charles. Charles going for 7. 53 for the loss of 3. Captain Charles makes his way back to the hut. And the vice captain will go out there. Jawin Adams will join Bob. Zach Thomas, I beg your pardon.
Yes, Andy, as we get back to the conversation that we were having, the bowler, Jayon Henry, was bowling that lovely line to the right-handed batsman, and then with the introduction of the left-hander coming on the other end, he kept that consistent line, and the great bowlers make the adjustment, make the necessary adjustment, but you could probably see the plan for Gian Henry there, looking to get this ball attacking the legs of the bowler, and this time just bring it a little bit closer between middle and leg, and he was able to get his second victim really of the over. Two wickets in that over for Gian Henry.
Yes, and only 2 runs conceded. 2 important wickets. The wickets of Bob, Alston Bob for 19, and Jordan Charles for 7. So 2 important strikes there by the captain, as we see a bowling change from the northern end.
Aravinda Bishop.
Yes, Aravinda. Here, Aravinda, you think of Aravinda De Silva. But these fellas have cricketing names. That is very good. Aravinda Bishop will bowl to Zach Thomas. Let's see what he bowls. Looks like off break pulls this one to the right of the man at square leg. The mid wicket will run across, but he won't prevent the ball from going into the boundary. 4 runs there to Thomas, moves him to 5. 57 for the loss of 3 in the 11th over.
Just on the with a little bit of bounce and a shortish delivery, Zach had all the time there was in the world to rock himself on the back foot and pull this one, and giving it the legs it deserve to get it across the boundary line.
Bishop bowling off his off breaks. This time he pitched it just about the off stump coming in. You would see the turn there on this occasion. The first one was loose and dispatched by Thomas. Gone on the right area now. Next delivery outside the off stump. Definitely there's some turn there.
Well, not just turn, he got into both turn and bounce. And on his first delivery, we refer to it as being loose, but it was bowled on the middle and it got turned. He extracted turn, and so it was drifting down the leg side, and Zach was able to just pull this one. But so we're seeing Bishop as promised. Bishop is getting both turn and bounce as an off break bowler, and I'm sure if he gets the right control and if he could extract variation, he may put some doubt in the batter's mind.
Well, he may need to use a forward short leg. He has a slip and a gully. Again, directed, pitched outside the leg, going further away. They're running back for 2, and they get it in the end. Let's what it's 2, so it will be 3. It will be counted 3 wide signal there by the umpire. 3 runs to be added to the total. 61 for the loss of 3 in the 11th over.
Well, again, we speak that delivery from Bishop it spun a lot. It spun a lot, and so he's gonna have to control. He's gonna have to control that, and or put the ball in the right places if he's gonna be extracting all that spin. And it's another 4 there for Joanne. Was it Joanne?
Yes. Adams.
Joanne Adams. Another 4 there for him, and
Just
he's
getting
joining.
off the mark.
Well, actually joining in on the party.
Yes, he put his left leg down and he swung well. The ball was all along the ground to wideish, long on. It went 4 runs, 65. It is 65 for 3.
Well, so far we've had at least 11 runs in that over. Well, the 2 fours, and then we had the 3 wides. And I cannot recollect if there were any runs off the bat. So expensive over there for Joshua Bishop, albeit he seems to be threatening with his spins.
So 11 overs completed, 65 it is. So actually 12 runs came off that over. He had a few good deliveries, but about 3 of the balls pitched on leg, going further down the leg side. He would be well advised maybe to use a leg slip and a short leg and direct the ball, because he's getting some turn, direct it just about center stump and maybe employ a leg slip. But we'll see how he adjusts in the second over.
Well, he shouldn't be perturbed by that, because if at that level you're extracting that amount of speed on the ball, and what you have to learn to do now is try to control it. And I'm sure they would have done that in practice. And so maybe this is just a lost over, an over, to get loosened up for the job that is ahead of him. And I'm sure that Ravinda Bishop should not, or will not rather, wallow in that situation, having considered 12 runs in that over.
Let's hope he adjusts, because if you keep bowling the ball pitched outside leg, going further, no matter how much turn you can say you have,
it's useless.
And giving wides, it's
useless.
Useless to be exact. Driving outside the off stump, a bit loosely there. Thomas Henry, who in his previous over had the wickets of Bob and Captain Charles, draws the batter Thomas, playing a loose drive outside the off stump. Luckily for him, not getting an edge.
I guess this one, there was not as much bounce in that one as we've seen from Gio and Henry.
This time signaled wide by the umpire. Signal there by umpire Lantern. Drifting a bit wider, seeing that Thomas is inclined to trying to put bat to ball, trying to tempt him. So maybe if he can get one to jog back from outside the off stump, it would be interesting to see how Thomas plays it.
Well, I think that's exactly what I was gonna see. I think Henry is looking to invite Thomas into the drive. He has somebody in slips, one in the gully, one at cover, one at extra cover, and then he still have somebody in the, how do I say it? You want to call it a meet off, but it's kind of longish. So if that kind of field setting, if you're not driving well and you haven't got the control, you might be able to get a caught. And I think that was the plan from Henry, which he's actually sticking to for the right-handed batsman of St. Vincent.
Yes, bowling a pitch of a delivery there to the tall vice captain Adams. Ball pitched on and moving away. Adams invited to drive. Henry again. Catches it brilliantly.
That's the plan, Andy. A plan executed and getting the rewards. We just talk about it. He's asking him to inviting him to the drive, and he's doing just that. But as we heard from the background, the batsman there, he's taking, not moving enough. If you're gonna go into the drive, Andy, you want to get closer to the delivery, so you have more control. They're playing it away from you, and it's moving away from you even further.
A brilliant catch there taken by Jamie Wickham. It is Jamie Wickham, the big burly guy, and he went down low to his right and held on to the catch. A brilliant catch taken to get rid of Joanne Adams, the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Brilliantly caught by Wickham of Jayon Henry, out for 4. Adams 67 now for the loss of 4.
Yes, Andy, I just continue to enjoy the bowling of Jayon Henry, sticking to a plan. You could tell just by the way that field setting was, that's what he's looking to do, and I'm sticking to it. Every now and then, something as a young bowler, because you are not looking to knock the stumps, because the ball is wide-ish, you figure you're not going to get a chance to get a wicket, and so sometimes you're enticed to get the ball a little bit closer in, and on 2 occasions doing it, he was rewarded with the LBW. This time, you could have seen the plan just resulting, the benefits of the plan just happening, and the result was there for all to see, and it continues. This time we have a left-handed batsman.
Yes.
And you saw the same problem. Umpire signaling a wide, and he has not made that adjustment. But he has the ability to get the left-handed batsman out, LBW. Let's see if he makes that adjustment, because he doesn't look like bowling from over the wicket, that he is gonna stray wide outside the left-handed batsman.
Well, it strays again as soon as you says that, and just a fine glance there by the new batter, who said Edwards, gets in a boundary, and the score will move on to 72. 72 for the loss of 4 after 12.
Yes, Andy, and then as the bowler, as we always say, you want to always be able to bowl to the situation. And if the situation is the right-handed batsman, sticking to the plan is okay for the right-handed batsman. When the situation changes for the left-hander, you have to have a plan for it. It cannot be just, okay, I just run and deliver. All right? And I'm seeing Henry straying twice down the leg side, getting a wide, and then this time also straying a little bit down the leg side, and you're getting a little light glance from the batsman, OZ Edwards, and he getting he being rewarded for that delivery.
So we're seeing a change of bowling. Aravinda Bishop just bowling that one over, and Desron Mitchell will take up the attack from the northern end. They'll bowl to Zach Thomas. Thomas is on 7. Let's see what he bowls. Driven, lovely drive coming on the front foot, pushes it to cover, gone past the cover, piercing the cover, and they cross for 2. So 2 more runs to Thomas. He moves to 9, and the score advances to 74. 74.
And
At the end of 12, it was 72, which is 6 runs per over. Not a bad rate, but they are losing wickets.
Yes, Andy. But let's look at just the batsmanship of Zach Thomas there, and speaking to his experience. We have five fielders on the offside, and he's driving the leggy, but does not make no exuberant drive really with a big flash. Just caresses the ball in both times he has done it. Just caresses the ball, and we saw him coming to getting 2 runs of that first delivery there, and that is what we want to encourage our batters to be playing in a 50-over match. Take your time. You have 300 deliveries available to you, legal deliveries that is, and so you want to take your time and play it with its merit.
So we We saw Aravinda Mitchell bowling the off breaks, but now we see Desron Mitchell bowling wrist spin, and it's a wonderful art if you can get it correct, and he gets it correct on this occasion. The batter Thomas comes forward, plays on the offside. He can score. Thomas is kept on 9, Edwards on 4. The over has come to an end. 74 for the loss of 4. Only 2 runs coming off that over.
13 overs. The run rate, Andy, is 5.69. 5.69 from 14 overs, scored 74 for 4. And Grenada is trying to get a grip back in that match since the introduction of Gian Henry into the attack.
He has certainly pegged back St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they'll have to consolidate. They have lost their captain. The captain going for 7, their vice captain for 4. Zach Thomas is still there. Edwards will face up to Henry. He's swinging. Ball is going down to fine leg and goes into the boundary. 4 runs to Edwards. He moves to 8. And
Yes.
the score advances to 78 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and the inside edge there, threatening to get him bowled by the leg stump, but this time he gets a stroke of luck, Andy, on that inside edge, and instead of a wicket, you have 4 runs against the bowler, Gian Henry.
Edwards starts off with 2 boundaries, 2 scoring shots, 2 boundaries. Driven, lovely, straight to mid off, feels well. 1 more to Edwards, moves him to 9, 79 now for 4. So right now Henry will bowl to the right-handed batter, Zach Thomas. I suspect that he relishes bowling to the right-hander instead. Seems to direct the ball right there in the corridor. Thomas driving at, missing the ball, going through to the wicket keeper. That's why the left hand, right hand combination really offsets the bowler. You can see he's very comfortable bowling to the right-handed batter.
If I was Gian Henry, and if I'm struggling that much, or less for assuming that he's struggling against the left-handed batsman, what I would have done is, instead of bowling from over the wicket, I would have bowled from around the wicket, and probably they keeping the same mechanics, and so you'll be bowling directly over the off stump instead of bowling down the leg side. But he has dismissed 2 batters LBW, both of them being the left-handed batsmen, and I'm not sure how well his adjustment is. And so sometimes when you keep trying, you want to have a strike bowler striking, and he can be at times more expensive than the others. If when he's doing what he's doing, he's setting up the plan nicely to get the wicket. And so I still want to think that maybe, just maybe, when by staying over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed batsman, that Henry is looking to get the ball between the leg, middle and leg, and hope that he get the ball into the blind spot of the batsman, and in effect what he has done before, the LBW. But he really does a good job bowling to the right-handers, sticking to the game plan, and you can see when the right-handers are there, he's certainly more economical as a bowler.
So the over comes to an end. Over number 14, 79 for the loss of 4. Thomas is on 9, and the other batter, Edwards, is also on 9. And we saw Desron Mitchell bowled an impressive first over. The right arm wrist spinner. It's really a wonderful art to have to bowl and have the control, because you can miss your mark. You can bowl full tosses, you can bowl too short, but when you see a bowler bowling wrist spin and having that amount of control, he bowls from around the wicket. Here's the batter, they're swinging. Zach Thomas, and a bye will be signaled. One more to be added to the total to move to 80. 80 for the loss of 4 wickets, and we're in the 15th over.
Now, here's what I was talking about earlier on. J.N. Henry maintains his approach over the wicket. In this case, you have the leggy bowling, and he is for the right-hander coming over the wicket. But when the left-hander is in, to avoid bowling the wide deliveries when you effect spin, he's bowling from around the wicket this time, and that is the kind of adjustment you see. Okay, that the leg spinner there, I will give you his name in a minute. Michel is preparing for both of them, and Lucky has
floated this one, inviting the drive there. He obliged by driving. Good accurate spin bowling there, batter driving, and the fielder there at slip was been stationed there for some time. Takes the catch. Jamie Wickham, I think it is. Jamie Wickham takes the catch at slip. St. Vincent and the Grenadines lose their 5th wicket.
And yes, Andy, Jamie Wickham seems to be seem to have a pair of safe hands. Certainly, he took a wonderful catch diving forward for that dismissal earlier on of the bowling of J.N. Henry, was it? And then now, easy. Don't ever catch rather from the leg spinner Michel, Dejon Michel, to dismiss Zach Thomas. And Zach Thomas, albeit his score was not a big score, but he looked comfortable out there playing. But this time going for the expansive drive of the legs of the leg spinner, just to get extracting some spin, and was dismissed out caught in the slips.
Good flight, good control, as I was saying all along, that I'm impressed with his control. It's important, very important, and he flighted the ball just in the right area. There's a slip waiting for the catch. Thomas, who likes to drive, drove at the ball, caught the edge, and thank you very much, says Jamie Wickham at slip. Thomas goes for 9, 80 for the loss of 5. Driven straight to cover, chance of a run out, but the throw wasn't good. He caught the ball well, but his return wasn't that strong enough, and the batters crossed for 1.
Yes, previously during the innings for Zach Thomas, we saw him, instead of going for these expansive drives, he was just caressing the ball in the plane with timing, as opposed to going for the expansive drives. But with the introduction of Michel is actually flighting the deliveries. And with the flight, sometimes as a batsman, you feel like it is there to be hit. And so you want to go over the top, you want to be driving expansively, looking for a big hit or a big heave of a shot, to use your words, Andy. And we're seeing Zach being undone. And so I was, to be honest with you, when the 12 runs was struck off the bowling of Aravinda Bishop, I was not too happy that they would have changed him so early. But certainly it has reaped rewards, because in spite of being miserly in his ways, he's also taking wickets. And that's Dejon Michel.
Michel has taken his wicket, 1 wicket so far. 4 runs only came off that over. So 83 for the loss of 5 after 15 overs. Kevin Joseph has come out to join Edwards. Edwards still there on 9. Thomas scored only 9. looked good while he was there, but drove at one too many and lost his wicket.
Yes, and Desjon Michel, sorry, is 1 for 3 of his 2 overs.
So the new bowler, Shamel Hillier. So they are making their bowling changes. Let's see what he bowls. It looks like an off-break bowler. Pushes on the offside, sets up for a run, and gets it. Good call, good response there. And Kevin Joseph gets 1. He gets off the mark. 84 for the loss of 5 during the 16th over.
And the way the wickets have started falling, what target do you think St. Vincent would be looking to get now, or rather Grenada looking to actually stop St. Vincent?
Well, there are lots of overs to go. Draven peers out the outside edge, goes down to backward point. Only 1 will be taken. 1 to Edwards, he moves to 10. 85 it is for 5. They've got all of 35 overs to bowl there. St. Vincent and the Grenadines must say, let's try to bat as many overs as possible. Grenada would want to dismiss them as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Opens the face of the bat, steers the ball to backward point. They're coming back for a second. Could be dangerous.
Not out.
Umpire Danguben hasn't raised the finger, so that's good news for the Vincentian batters. 87 for the loss of 5, but certainly a rather risky second run there on this occasion.
Well, I'm not totally sure it was risky. They had communicated the second from the moment the fieldsman parried the ball. As soon as they recognized that he had parried the ball and he had overrun it, to them there was a second, and then Kevin getting to the danger, and he was not blinded. He had seen what had happened already, and so he was quickly back for the second. And so if this is the sense of urgency that you're playing with, committed to the task, committed to doing it, and I think he was safe.
I think that was mightily close, I can tell you. You say it's not risky, but I can tell you he got in just by a whisker, and fortune favors the brave. He took these chances and he succeeded, but I think really that was a risky second run.
But what I love about the entire running, because they committed to the 2 runs, they committed to the second, and it's communication. There was communication from the very onset. Both of them knew that the second they were going to attempt the second, and coming to the danger. And Kevin, as soon as he blocked on the first, he was off for the second, and the other batsman there was responding equally, and that is the reason why, and that's OZ Edwards, by the way. They responded, and that's the reason why at the end of the play they were not out.
Plays hard, think he got the edge. The ball will go into the boundary. Let's wait for the signal. Buys the signal there by umpire Lantern. 4 of them, 92 for the loss of 5 at the end of over number 16.
Can I ask you a question, Andy?
10 and 4, right. Okay. Yes, I had a question.
Was Jeremy Edwards a left-handed bowler, left-handed seamer?
The one that was bowling from the south.
From the southern end?
Yes, yes.
He's left-handed?
Yes, left arm.
All right.
Left arm. He got the first wicket. He had Phillips out. Got that extra cover. Phillips driving loosely. Jeremy Edwards, left arm bowler, getting Phillips, who is a left-handed batter. So we're about to see Desmond Mitchell once again. Impressive right arm spinner, bows the ball from here to look like the googly, and bits in the bat there of Kevin Joseph. Again, beating the bat once again. I like the control of Mitchell so far.
Certainly, Andy is impressive because it's the control that is required for a leg spinner is much more difficult than that of an off person who's bowling the off break, and he has demonstrated a good sense of control, regardless of if it's a right-handed or left-handed batsman.
On this occasion, Joseph waited for the ball to turn and delicately played it down to third man, getting his 5th run, 93 for the loss of 5. Well played there by Joseph on that occasion.
Yes, Kevin looks well, but what I've noticed so much is I've not seen that skid in delivery. You have not seen that skid in delivery from Michel.
In the air, over cover, they run 1. They'll have sufficient time to complete the second. So 2 more runs
To Edwards.
to Edwards. He'll move on to 12, 95 for the loss of 5. Bit of a loose delivery on this occasion, and the batter Edwards, OZ Edwards is, helped himself.
Yes, Andy. As I was saying, Desmond Michel has demonstrated a lot of bonks with his deliveries, and so the batsmen are waiting. Once it is short of a good length, waiting to see what it is doing and then playing it. And the ball, the delivery before, just a loose one, and he was struck over the top in extra cover there for 2 runs.
The over comes to an end. Over number 17 completed. 4 runs came off it. 96 for the loss of 5 after 17. Edwards is on 13. OZ Edwards, that is. Kevin Joseph is not out on 6. The batters out so far. Phillips for 12. Bob for 19. Charles for 7. Adams for 4. And Thomas for 9.
But it'll be interesting to find the fall of wickets, and I'm sure you have that for the listeners.
1 for 24 when Phillips went. 2 for 51 Bob went. 3 for 53 when Charles went. 4 for 67, and the 5th wicket fell with the score on 80. So they have moved to 97 now. So
17 run partnership there so far. And that's the game. Cricket is a game of partnerships, Andy. And then you want, when the wickets start falling around you, that somebody could come in and stabilize the innings. And at that stage of the innings, you want somebody who is batting at number 7 to have that ability as well. And so Kevin Joseph joining here. We saw him yesterday on Sunday against Dominica, looking like he had the ability to stabilize an innings, and so far this is being done.
It's a ball to mid-on, not getting hold of it as you have liked. Nonetheless, getting a single. We'll move the score to 98 for 5. 1 more run will be added there to Joseph.
Yes, but he should have been happy that he did not struck it like he would have wanted to, because there were 2 people that are in danger positions. In danger positions that could have gotten him out.
Shamel Hillier going to the left-handed batter. OZ Edwards, a high foot toss. It's in the air. No one will get. 3 men converge, but they won't get to it. Not getting hold of a loose delivery, I must say. And Edwards gets away with it. He gets a single. 15 is 99 for the loss of 5.
Yes, and I think there was a lack of commitment. Free players converging on the delivery, and I think the person that was better positioned to catch that ball was Aaron Edwards, and Aaron just stopped. Aaron just stopped, leaving it for the guy coming in there from the mid wicket area, and then that prevented them from getting a drop catch there. Andy,
Going back and cutting. The ball going into Jamie Wickham. It hit his right hand. He could not hold on this occasion. He had taken two brilliant catches. The over comes to an end. 100 is posted by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 18 overs completed. 100 for the loss of 5. Kevin Joseph gets a life and a run. He is on 8. Edwards is on 15. 100 for the loss of 5.
yes, and the catch was yet to be taken really, but it was struck powerfully, moving to his right. Recognizing he would not be able to get it with two hands, he just used the right hand, trying to see if he could have effected the catch. It did not happen, but it certainly is a chance because Wickham seems to have a good pair of hands on him.
Yes, the first catch he took, it was really a nice one, Ludong, getting rid of Joanne Adams. But that was of Henry's bowling. Then he had a simple one of Mitchell, which came straight to the midriff. But that one, the ball was cut and to his right, just slightly. But it went to him rapidly, and he could not really hold on to it.
You cannot fault a player for that kind of performance at that level.
So Mitchell floats this one up, driven, lovely extra cover drive. That is a shot of class. Driving there, Kevin Joseph. Good footwork, everything to precision, and he gets a boundary. 12 runs he is now, and the 104 for the loss of 5. What a fine shot there by Joseph.
Yes, Andy, the ball was a bit close to him, and when he made the contact with the ball, his head was directly over the ball, gives him the balance. Gives him the balance he needs, and he was able to get that lovely flowing drive through extra cover for 4.
Yes, by the very next delivery, he drove straight to cover. He was charging down the pitch. OZ Edwards did not respond, and luckily the fielder fumbled slightly, or else St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have lost a wicket via the run-out route. So the two batters, they call each other down. There was certainly a miscommunication on that occasion.
Yes, and there have been bouts of miscommunication for all the innings, and I want to think that they address it very early, because if that's not the case, eventually we will see what are the results of non-communication or poor communication when you're batting.
But the shot of the morning so far is that extra cover drive there by Kevin Joseph. That was a shot to behold. Any batter will feel proud of playing an extra cover drive all along the ground. Really was a superlative shot.
And we see him not looking to sweep the deliveries, because Michel has brought the ball to his leg. He's driving again over extra cover. This time it's upishly beating the fielder there in extra cover position, and Kevin again gets another 4, and a lovely drive, expansive in its ways, but he will be rewarded 4 runs for that.
So the over comes to an end. 2 fantastic shots played by Joseph. He has moved to 16. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 108 for the loss of 5 after 19 overs. 19 overs completed, 108 for 5. Edwards is on 15. 16 is Kevin Joseph, as we take a short break there for the refreshment. So it may be a good time to get some word from our sponsors. 108 for 5. 15 and 16. 1 and 15, 1 and 16. Are you saying?
Yes, 16 and
15. Alright, good.
Break on 9, one more.
Going good.
Yes,
Gotta go water.
doesn't say the two over
Before they bring water, I better use that water. Oh, let me get some figures, man. Some bowling. Let me see what we can get. Edwards, Jeremy, J. Edwards. J. Edwards. Give me some figures. Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy Edwards. Oh, shucks. I nearly lose it. Okay.
18.
4 overs.
18.
19.
Overs. 19. 1. A. Edwards. 5 overs. 31. J on Henry. How many? 3 overs. 3 overs. 14 for 3. Before the 1 over. 1 over for 12. Jailboard. 4 overs. 4 overs for 15 with the nice one. 15 1. And then Hayley. 2 overs for 9. Okay, thank you. 9, 12, 13, 17, 19. Who coming back there?
Dominica 66 for 2.
Shem Haley.
How many overs? 19.2.
Yeah, come back yet? No. You guys do come back.
I think it's right.
Well,
One ball you
we're about to see Shamel Hillier bowling to the left-handed batter. Who's that? Edwards, who is on 15. Outside the off stump. Allowed to go to the wicket keeper. So a word from Benjamin Park is that Dominica batting.
No, St. Lucia batting,
St. Lucia?
batting 66 for 2
66 for 2. Okay.
and 19, just about 20 overs.
Here we are in the 20th over. Hillier from around the wicket. Edwards is turning it short backward square and he can score.
You want to give
Bowling so far, Jeremy Edwards bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19. Aaron Edwards, or Aaron if you wish, 5 overs for 31 runs. We'll get back as the delivery played in front of him. There's no run. Jayon Henry, the pick of the bowler so far, 3 overs, 3 for 14. Bishop bowled at 1 over for 12 runs. Mitchell, the right-arm wrist spinner, 4 overs, 1 for 15. And Shamel Hillier, who is bowling right now, 2 for 9. In the air, lovely shot over the man at mid-off. In fact, he signals 6 runs. Inside out there by Edwards, hoisting it hard and high over the long off boundary. Gets himself 6 runs. He moves to 21, and the total moves on to 114 for 5.
Yes, and they living dangerously there. If you ask me, Grenada having, but are really and truly making use of the number of players on the infield. Grenada has had only one player outside of the circle, and his time going over the top. But now what we're seeing is
A loud appeal, and he's given out. Floating this one here outside the off stump. Edwards, who had previously struck that ball for six, flashed at it again, going for an expansive drive, getting the edge, and the wicketkeeper holding on. So the sixth wicket has gone with the score on 114. Edwards going out for 21.
yes, and like I said, I love to see when the young men are able to stick to a plan. As soon as he played the expansive shot, the guy at mid off, sorry, did not come back. He stayed long. Instead, he just continued to bowl the ball, foolish and wideish, and he's looking to go over the top, looking to go over, enticed, being enticed, and he, as the bowler, getting the reward for sticking to the task. But I want to say it's maybe reckless batting there from Edwards, with that expansive drive and being dismissed out caught. 115 for 6. The wicketkeeper they had at the start was Rakim.
So the over completed, 20 overs completed, 115.
115 for 6.
Driven to the left of extra cover, mid-off will come across. Batters will cross for one. One more will be added to Joseph's total. He'll move on to 17, and the score will move on to 116. 116 for the loss of 6. St. Vincent and the Grenadines having won the toss here at the Geneva playing field and deciding that they would take first now.
Yes, and but I think Kevin's mindset is to challenge the fielders, the Amori fielders, and while depending on his speed. And if you're gonna be batting with Kevin, I think you're gonna have to run fast.
So we see the new batter, Casado Henry, facing up to Desron Mitchell, goes back, pushes it to cover, and they can score.
There's a lot of spin there. That ball seemed wide, but it rushed back into Casado Henry, sorry. With a lot of spin there from Desron Mitchell.
Turning the ball quite nicely there, but the short, fine leg, well positioned. They were thinking of a run. In the end, decided against it. Just one run coming out of that over. The 21st over has come to an end, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines won 16 for the loss of 6.
Just one run on the off this over there from Desron Michel. As you said, demonstrating a lot of control, a lot of spin, and when he's extracting a lot of spin, goes wide of the crease and bowls it into the left-handed batsman, which is a guy who is planning. If you want to leave that might as well get you bowled. You're off stump, and so a lot of control, and it's something that we can work with for the future.
Indeed. And I must say that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have improved every time that they come out. They were dismissed for 45, they were dismissed for 107, and today they find themselves 116. So each match you see a progression, a high foot toss, driven straight to cover. He must be disappointed there. Kevin Joseph getting a full toss and unable to dispatch it.
Yes, it was a gift of a delivery, but because of the field setting and the line of it, it made it a little bit difficult for him to really go over the top.
Nice flowing drive there to deliver from Ilya. Moves him to 18, 117 for the loss of 6. They're in the 22nd over. 28 more overs to go after this one. So lots of overs. Can St. Vincent and the Grenadines remain there at the crease and try to get as many runs, maybe 160, 170, strokes the ball to mid-wicket is Henry, and there is no run.
Healer is operating between the umpire and the stumps to get around the wicket. Seems to be using a lot of fingers to try to extract spin on the deliveries, and sometimes, Andy, that can be very deceptive, because if you're reading the fingers and you figure out because of the whip of the fingers there's a lot of spin, sometimes it could give you, it could really play in the mind of the batter.
Yes, he's coming in between the umpire and the stumps, bowling around the wicket, forcing Henry to go for the drive. He drives that, and the ball eludes the bat and goes through to the wicket keeper, Camille Abraham, behind the stumps, standing right up to the stumps, and Jamie Wickham there at slip. He has been stationed there for the duration of the match so far. Wickham.
Yes, works well in the slip cordon. So he operates well there, Andy, and I think there's reason for him being there. Sharp guy, and supports the wicketkeeper well.
So over number 22 completed, 117 for 6. So just one run came off that over. So things not flowing for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think what they will be aware is that there are many overs, and they need to occupy the crease as long as possible and get the runs, what is available to them, try to ensure that they score on the loose deliveries and get the singles, and try to stay at the crease to see if they can bat out the 50 overs. I think that should be their primary objective, to stay and bat out the 50 overs. It's all good to say to bat out the 50 overs, but you don't want to bat 28 overs and just get 10 more runs. You would want to get as many as possible without losing your wickets, of course.
Well, the current run rate, Andy, is 5.28, and if we were to bowl the next 28 overs or the next 27.5 overs at say 3 runs and over, 27 times 3 is a good bit of a score. And so sometimes playing the getting the singles when they are available and securing your wicket, being resolute in your ways, sometimes will give you a good enough score and a competitive enough score, a score that is on the table, on the board to be defended. And if St. Vincent had to lose the remaining 4 wickets quickly and not batting off the overs, they may not score as many runs. Say another 60 runs. If you add 60 runs to the total now, we had 117. That would be 180 or just about 180 thereabout.
Yes, your analysis is quite perfect. 27 overs at 3 runs, that is 81 runs.
Yeah.
And to add to that, you will be pretty close to
200. Yeah.
It would be a respectable total. Could work with that.
Mm-hmm.
Henry pushes it to mid-off, sets up for a run, gets it successfully. He's off the mark, he's on one. The over comes to an end. Over number 23 completed, 119 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, the other aspect of it, Andy, is if for one reason or the other, we have to revert to the Duckworth-Lewis method. If you do not bat the full 50 overs because you'd have lost a lot of wickets, then the pass score becomes much lower as compared to if you were doing that as a batting team with fewer wickets, like in the case of Dominica versus Grenada, when the game was reduced, the number of overs were reduced, and Dominica was about 163 for 3. And as a result, Grenada had a target of 208, somewhere there, about 220 in 29 overs. And so you want to be able to secure your wickets and bat responsibly. And that is where the mindset has to be. You cannot be a number of the wickets that St. Vincent have lost are because they were playing those expansive drives, and we see another loud appeal there, but umpire Lantern is not at all impressed. But to go back to the conversation, you do not want to be having playing those expensive drives, not making contact. You understand where I'm coming from, and losing your wickets in the process.
But that's what the umpires do.
Hillier, Shamel Hillier continues again. Batsman is playing and missing, the ball going through. The previous delivery, there was a loud appeal. On this occasion, Henry was again playing off the back foot, and the ball going through to the wicketkeeper Abraham.
Andy, I spoke to you about it a while ago, right? The bowler here is, when he's at the point of delivery, he pulls his fingers down. So it gives the impression that he's using a lot of finger spins. And the ball is being played just outside the line of the off stump. The player is batting and coming on the back foot. And instead of it getting a lot of turn, it rushes him. If that is just a little bit directed, a little bit closer to him, and he's coming back on the back foot, that is bold. You understand? And that is where, as a batsman, you cannot read just the arm of the bowler. It have to play. It have to be a part of the play, but you cannot over anticipate spin and okay, you're gonna get it, and because if you have the ball coming and it is the one that is going in the reverse direction, what you refer to as the googly, if that's the case, you're gonna be left in no man's land, Andy. So that was a delivery that Casado Henry had to be playing on the front foot as opposed to be playing on the back foot. On 2 occasions he played that shot in the over, which by the way was a maiden.
Yes,
on two occasions he's playing on the back foot as opposed to coming on. If he plays that, if a flowing drive on the front foot, that's a much better shot selection for that type of delivery.
Well, I see what the bowler Hillier is attempting. He's an off-break bowler. He's trying to pitch the ball, trying to tweak it, pitch it on about the off stump and drifting towards the slips. But he can push in the straighter one, appeal for stump in there. Not out, says the umpire. But see the delay there. If he makes up his mind that it's out, he will have reacted much quicker. But you can see a good glove work there by Abraham. Gathering the ball cleanly, dislodging the bills, asking the question. Not out, says the umpire.
Yes, Andy. I will tell you, it's a lovely flight there from the bowler Dejon Michel, and this time he overpitches that ball, looking to get that same type of flight in the delivery. But Kevin adjusts, not playing the expansive jab, just taking a look at the delivery and playing it well, playing it to its merit, and getting an 4 in the extra cover region.
Lovely drive there by Kevin Joseph. He moves to 23, score 123 for 6. He has played some exquisite drives so far, and he's batting quite well, not afraid to drive the ball when it's there to be driven. Mitchell again strokes it, but this time finds the short extra cover straight to him. Ball going there to Jordan John there at short extra cover. Ball pitching outside the leg stump, the leg break turning away, and the ball going on the offside. So a lot of turn there. It was a bit short, but it's really spun prodigiously, they would say. Cut lays back, plays it to backward point, fields, fumbles slightly, but not given an opportunity to the batters to get a run. Goes back, pushes it to cover, sends in the return, but not before Joseph gets a run. 24 years, 124 for 6. Casado Henry responding well, and they took the single. This one quite comfortable. 25 overs completed. Halfway through the overs, 124 for the loss of 6 wickets. 5 runs came off that to the 25th over. Nice breeze blowing across the ground, the Geneva playing field, well cut, well looks in good tip-top shape, I must say. That's a ground that a lot of development can take place when you look at it. Nice ambiance. It has been taken care of. I think much more can be done to get it to a better standard, but so far I can say that plenty work has been done, and it really looks a good picture out here.
Well, it certainly is a very scenic view, Andy. I think what can be added is some bleachers on the southern and southeastern ends of the field that would allow for sitting and allow for sitting at different stages of the game of the game during the course of the day. But it's a very scenic view, and so putting in anything that will take away the aesthetic of the natural beauty is not something I would recommend. Maybe just some bleachers, nothing more.
Backing away there is Joseph, punches it, finds the man there at extra cover, and he can score. If you watch New Zealand, you can really copy New Zealand. They have a few stands, but you can see it's almost like a botanic garden setting where people sit on the grass and on the grass banks. They come with their picnic baskets, and it's really lovely. And when I see it in New Zealand, I say, why can't we do that in the botanic gardens?
Go at the botanic gardens. I think the slope in the botanic gardens in this day and age for international cricket it has to be corrected. I still believe there is much that can be done at the botanic gardens. I will tell you, if I were given the opportunity, I would put a nice terrace at the botanic gardens, lifting up the if you fill cotton fill, so you could change the elevation and the angle of slope and the angle of slope.
One for the mid-wicket region. Good shot there, well played there by Kevin Joseph, getting into his wicket and giving the bowler there, Hillier, the treatment he truly deserves. 28, he has moved on to 128 for the loss of 6, and we're in the 26th over. Just talking about the gardens, you could backfill that area and bring the pavilion way back to the wall and have that nice oval, a white signal, so one more will be added. 129 for the loss of 6. As we discussed, we still follow the game and make sure that we keep on track. Hilaire draws Joseph forward. The Vincentians, they applaud. It's the end of over number 26. 129 for the loss of 6. And that Yudi kinds of agrees that there is plenty that can be done and have the Botanic Gardens as the major cricketing ground in Dominica?
Well, not as the major cricketing ground, but one of the major cricketing grounds in Dominica. Certainly, there's tremendous potential that can take place at the Botanic Gardens, and I think the Prime Minister some time ago alluded to it. It can happen, and I think we need to take it on and continue that nice scenic ambience that you get, that nice beautiful and the ambience that you get in the gardens. I don't get it nowhere else really.
Mitchell is getting Henry to a full toss, hits it powerfully, but can't beat the man at mid-off. Rakim Louis Charles and Noran drag back the length slightly on this occasion, Mitchell, and the batter Henry having to adjust. Lovely drive, flowing drive, straight to the man there, Bartholomew, the captain, at extra cover. This time goes right through Charles, and the ball will race into the long off boundary. Henry will get a boundary. He'll move to 5. 143 for the loss of 6.
After 22 deliveries, Henry was on 1 and consistently played those expansive drives. And this time, there was no run really, because the fielder just make a hash of things there. Who's that?
No.
That's Charles making a hash of things
Another
there.
chance to his left. This time he won't cut it off. 4 more runs to Henry. Stepping on the accelerator, hits another boundary. He moves to 9. 137 for the loss of 6 in the 27th.
Yes, St. Vincent and St. Vincent is looking to pile on the scores. We have the fall of wicket. If you give us an idea, the last fall of wicket to get the partnership, the last wicket fell at 115. 115, now 133. 137? 137. So, a lovely the 22 runs partnership getting there between Kevin and Kazari as they stabilize innings, because Kazari has faced now 25 deliveries. All right.
So he struck 2 4s in that over. So he already stepped up on his strike rate, I must say. He had faced 21 balls for his 1.
22 for 1. 22
balls for 1.
yeah.
But in a jiffy, he has moved to 9.
Yeah. But a nice total there, Mountain. I'm sure Grenada would have wished to be in a better position. I'm sure Grenada would have wished to be in a better position. Well, St. Vincent really. St. Louis, Grenada would have wanted to be in a better position with more wickets having been, with more of the batsmen returning to the dugout. But these batsmen occasionally spend some time at the crease, and let us hope that with the reintroduction of J.on. Henry, they will get back into the wicket-taking ways, or if not, they will get back to the miserly way of doing things, because certainly his bowling figures before in his first spell was 3 for 14 from his 3 overs.
So Henry takes over from Hillier, goes down the track, bisects the extra cover, undercover. They run 1, they think of 2, a good return over the stumps there, limits the batters to 1. Joseph will move on by 1 to 29, 138 for the loss of 6 wickets in the 28th over.
But a more level-headed Kazado Henry opts not to go for that second run. But Kevin is the haughty kind of a guy. He's quick off his feet, and so he's always looking for a second.
On that occasion there, we saw that ball jogging back, and we were asking for Henry to get the ball to the left-hander cutting back. So he seems to have got his radar correct on that occasion. Let's see if he can be consistent in his line and length. Outside the off stump, he cuts and cuts down to third man and will get his 10th run. So he gets into double figures, Henry. 139 for the loss of 6.
Henry, the leading wicket taker there, you could see him walking back down, maybe going thoughtful in his process as to what he's going to be doing next. Still operating, but this time coming to the right-hander who he has been most effective against, albeit he has taken 2 wickets that were the left-handed batters. But in terms of his consistency with his line and length, he does much better against the right-hander. Let's see what he brings against Kevin Joseph. A little bit, Andy, a little bit of overcompensation here and bringing that ball wide.
What we have seen is that Wickham has been taken off the slip area. Wickham has moved to extra cover. Extra cover Wickham, so there's absolutely no slip. Gets this one, turns it back on the square, they run 1. And that's all there'll be as Jeremy Edwards comes from the fine leg boundary. 141 it is. One more to Joseph's total. 30 is. 30 Joseph. Henry's 10. 141 for the loss of 6. Outside the off stump, not forced to play. The over comes to an end. Over number 28 complete. 141 for the loss of 6. Kevin Joseph is not out on 30. Casado Henry not out on 10.
Yes, and just take a look at Kevin's 30 from 37 deliveries, and so he has accelerated the scoring, but you're not seeing many fours from Kevin, you're not seeing many sixes from Kevin. It's just how his approach when he's there running between the wickets. Very aggressive running between the wickets, and especially when those runs are off his bat.
So we are seeing a change where Ron Mitchell has been relieved of his duties and
brings back Aravinda Bishop.
Bishop we saw bowl just at 1 over. The right arm off spinner replaces Mitchell. They'll be bowling from the northern end.
12 runs, and the sole over that he has bowled so far. 12 runs came off it. 2 fours when he was drifting that ball, the balls down the leg side a bit, and then we had some wides. But let us see how he recovers. Captain is trusting him to come back, and at that stage of the game to do better, as they're looking to stifle the run rate from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Earlier on, that run rate was close to 300, close to 6, but it's now 5.04. Let us see how well Bishop does, now being called back into the attack.
So he starts by offering some width to Kevin Joseph, who punched it to cover and got a run. And now he strayed slightly on the legs of Henry, and Henry played to fine leg and also got a run.
So 2 singles so far.
So Bishop was thinking of calling in the fine leg, and I think the captain says leave him a bit deep. Let's see what he has to offer. Bishop chops this one delicately to the left of the man at backward point. We'll get another run. Kevin Joseph, one more today. St. Vincent and the Grenadines total 144 it is. These two have added 29 runs. So they're doing exactly what has been suggested, chopping this one to backward point, fielded well, sends in a good return and prevents any running. Working this one beautifully there to mid wickets is Henry, gets another run, so they're getting the job done for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 145 for the loss of 6. Grenada would really like to wrap it up, but the Vincentians, they're resolute, they want to stay there. So far they're moving quite well. 145 for 6, lots of overs to go. We're in the 29th. Nice.
Ooh, lovely.
Back ball there. The off break, he is getting that ball to turn, and that one was a good length, and he got some turn and had the batter Joseph in all sorts of problems. 29 overs completed, 145 for 6.
Yeah, just 4 runs on the of that over, a much better over from him, but still demonstrating his ability to turn that ball is Aravinda Bishop.
Ambidextrous, they call that, UD?
Yes.
Bowling with your left arm and with the right arm. Yes. But let's just go through the scorecard. 1 for 24 when Damali Felix was caught at extra cover by the captain, Bartholomew, of the bowling of Jeremy Edwards for 12. 2 for 51, Alston Bob, leg before wicket to Jayon Henry in his first over for 19. Here is Henry again, swings at the ball, a chance there for a run out, sent back, total mix up there on this occasion, and fortunately they get back to their respective creases. It was 3 for 53 when Captain Jordan Charles was out by Henry for 7. Jowin Adams caught by Wickham of Henry for 4. 5 for 80, Zach Thomas caught by Wickham of Mitchell for 9. OZ Edwards caught at the wicket, bowled by Shamel Hillier for 21. That was 6 for 115. So far they have progressed. Nice opening of the face there by Henry, down to Footman, and Jeremy Edwards, the fielder. 1 more to the total, 146 for the loss of 6. Henry gets his foot in front.
Guess we'll be seeing Henry now looking to control as opposed to making big heaves of a shot. And I think it serves him better. But earlier on we saw what happens when you have the miscommunication, and we saw, like I told you, Kevin is a hot spirited guy, and he looks like he's always ready for a run, and if you're not paying attention, then you're going to be in a situation where you can get a run out. So you have to be totally focused if you're running between wickets with Kevin.
Nice line, good length. Seem to add a little more zip on that one, and you could see that Kevin Joseph sort of lost his balance on that delivery. Beautiful delivery. That was a pitch of a delivery. He has really produced some wonderful deliveries, and I'm sure he would be well pleased with that delivery. Any bowler, any coach would be very happy. Get that ball in the corridor of uncertainty, which he did perfectly on that occasion.
Kevin has been looking to be aggressive, and this time he's stuck between should I get onto the front foot or should I get onto the back foot, and then at the end of it you're always looking like taking evasive action, really. But this time he's better, committed himself to the front foot and plays it much more comfortably.
So just the 1 run coming off that over. 146. I make it 146 for 6 after 30 overs. So 20 more overs to go. And if I just use your maths, 3 runs per over would give you 60 more runs. That would get you past 200. And that could be a respectable total.
196. 60 plus, yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, 100, yeah, 106, really. I'm sorry. 206.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, all these guys have to look to do Kevin, and they run between the wickets well enough. All they have to look is when it's there to be hit, you hit it. But then looking to take the singles, push the ball in the odd spaces. Grenada is okay to play 9 of the players on the inside of the circle and only having 2 on a regular basis on the outside. In this case, the long off and the deep mid wicket. But besides that, everybody else is in the circle, and so it makes the singles a little bit more difficult to take. But these batters have the ability, if they play with soft hands, to push the balls into the right spaces and to be able to effect a single.
You can see Avindra Bishop getting things better in this spell. So far, his 3 deliveries, he has forced the batter who I thought should be coming forward, like on this occasion. The previous deliveries he played back and was beaten. On this occasion, you could see him meeting the ball on the front foot, which is the much better way of playing Bishop.
Yes, Andy, and he gets both spin and bounce, and this time he's introducing the flight and allows Henry there to drive this one nicely. We get a single, and it will bring the more aggressive batsman, Kevin Joseph, on strike.
30.5.
Beautiful off break, pitch outside off, and cutting back rather sharply, bringing the end of the over. That is the best over he has bowled so far, and he seems to have grown in confidence, and that could do him a world of good. The over has come to an end. 31 has been completed. Just 1 run coming off that over. 147 for the loss of 6. Casado Henry is 14 not out. Kevin Joseph is on 32.
Well, I will tell you, Andy, with that kind of talent from Aravinda, Bishop, and Dejon Mitchell, if I have that talent as the Grenada team, I'm having them operating on opposite ends.
Beautiful shot there. Ball pitched up there by Henry and Casado Henry. So it's 1 Henry to the other, and a beautiful extra cover drive. Just coming forward and caressing the ball through the covers there for 4 runs. Moves him to 18. The 150 has been posted. 151 it is for the loss of 6.
Yeah, it took him a long time to get going. I can say 23 deliveries really, but since that, this and a lovely catch there, Andy. Overly zealous there, and that is Casado Henry becoming overly zealous, looking to go straight over the top. But like I said, you have the mid off and the mid on playing short, and so that shot becomes dangerous even if it's straight over the bowler's head. Yeah. So Carvon Bartholomew, we've been told there, is the one effecting that lovely catch there, the captain, leading by example. We saw on Sunday Senior Fountain taking a very similar diving catch forward, committing himself to the task, and we want to congratulate Bartholomew for that kind of a catch and that commitment in the outfield, because we had um, a lovely partnership being built there between Casado Henry and Kevin Joseph.
A partnership of 36 runs in which Casado Henry contributed 18. So he had a huge part in that partnership, but he has gone. Casado Henry caught at mid-on by Captain Cavon Bartholomew off the bowling of Javon Henry. Javon Henry giving Javon Henry his fourth wicket, caught for 18 as the new batter goes out. LeBron Douglas. The play-ins going to be starting. I know you are basketball, an ardent basketball fan. I think the play-in starting today.
Playoffs?
Play-in first.
Oh, well, I haven't been
play-in
paid.
and then
And the
there's
playoffs.
Things have changed really.
Certainly. I'm certainly not a fan of the NBA, Andy. I used to be a fan back in the days, but since Kobe got out of the NBA, I have not been a fan of the NBA. Although during his times, I had stopped look at NBA feverishly like I would have done in prior years. I'm not sure the NBA teaches the young folk the best way to play the game.
For the current delivery, LeBron Douglas digs it out, and we can give you just an update from Benjamin Park, where St. Lucia 124 for 4 of 31 overs, locked in battle there with the defending champion Dominica, and maybe somebody will give me the Winlott Islands score. After, remember last night they had Diana 9 for 7. Insisted to move with the dismissed Diana for under that 286. To a lead of 19 on first innings and 24 for 4, 9. Wow. 34 and 19 to in essence 53 for 4. We will keep you updated. Anyway, striking the ball well there, Douglas, and the Witan showing his prowess out of the area of the slip to just fill in wow, that's not so good. But I always felt that we have to come from very and I always felt, boy, you must play 6 in the first inning. When you come to the first day, Guyana maybe will, and Motti hasn't been recorded. So here you have it. The Winlott Islands is more than the spot of butter. But here at Geneva Playfield, under the bright, sunny conditions here, we're continuing. We're going to have the second over being bowled by Aravinda. I like that name, Aravinda. Reminds me of Aravinda de Silva. Aravinda Bishop he is. And certainly we have his first over cost 12 runs, but he has bounced back. Look, in fact, is a left-arm bowler bowling on this occasion. Oh, sorry, he has switched arms now bowling to Joseph. So he started with right arm off break, and now he's moving left arm uppercut. So, and he looks like he has stepped on a good leg.
Yeah, but all that he spins it just the same. that is what if some people do that because they want to cut style for want of a better expression. But he extracts spin, does the same with both hands on there. And now I understand why he is not referred to as a right arm or left arm.
And then 3 overs with left. I think that's not acceptable.
Yeah, it is.
It's in the air, lovely shot over the long off boundary. This time Joseph gets hold of it and hoists it hard, iron handsome for a huge six. Takes it to 38 and now the Vincent and the Grenadines 1-7 for the Lord of
7.
7.
But what I noticed though is he's bowling the left arm faster than the right hand.
Rather, you know, in cricket and we always used to the faster you come.
Faster you roll. And Kevin giving it the treatment it deserved. Long one over the top.
11
James. Is this James?
But we have 11 Douglas in our mix here. So we have the one to contribute to the basket. It's not basketball, it's not football. It's a lovely game of cricket.
Yes, Andy. You were talking about names a while ago. There's some people that they are just known by just one name. So when you say Jordan, wherever you go, everybody thinks you're talking about Michael Jordan. When you say Kobe, everybody knows that you're talking about Kobe Bryant. When you say Obama, everybody knows that you're talking about Barack Obama. And so when you say LeBron, everybody would expect the James to naturally follow, and that might be the case. And that might be the case there when you get tongue-tied. LeBron Douglas becomes very difficult to say.
It's lovely conditions prevailing here at Geneva playing field. Not the sort of crowd we had. Chops this one, beats the backward point. They are coming back for 2. Good cricket there. Good batting. And 2 more runs to take Joseph into the 40s. He's 40, 160 for the loss of 7. Sunday we had a good crowd. When I went out there, I saw how many games been played, cards, bingo. I said, my word, this place, the atmosphere is something else. Like it was a fair here, man. You didn't tell me that.
A fair and an after party.
Indeed.
Yeah. I feel because certainly after the game, well after the game was done, the place was buzzing with life, and that is the beauty of it. Because the people from the south, the Grand Bay people, they love the cricket, and so we've been told every Sunday we have that sort of activity down here at Geneva Playing Field.
It's a pity we won't be having cricket on Sunday. The tournament ends here on Saturday. So I would really have loved to.
Lifting delivery there.
It down to third man and gets another run. Joseph handling that short delivery quite well. On top of it, bongs and playing it down to third man. Gets his 41st run, 161 for 7 in the 33rd over.
Yes, Andy. I've been restraining myself to talk about the action of Henry, J.N. Henry. If you really look at his action, he's among the wicket takers. He's now he has had four. He has had four, and Andy, do you think that is deserving of that pick?
Well, you have brought that up previously, just to say that the over has come to an end, 162 for 7. But I am of the opinion, and I think that's the general consensus and opinion, that even presently, that the umpires on the field cannot call a player. So I, as a commentator, will not venture in that area. the the umpire has to report the player, and then they take the necessary actions. They have to be carry out tests and so forth. So with me as a commentator, the umpires cannot do it. So I stay away from that lane.
So the actions are not suspect.
I cannot determine that.
No. All you need to identify if it's a suspect or not is a pair of eyes.
I take the view from that. It's the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
But one of the things we'd hate to see, at this stage, when we're saying this, and if we are true and honest to ourselves, I think we probably would need to make the necessary adjustments early, because I think he's a very good bowler, if you ask me, and you'd want to do it earlier rather than later, because one of the things you hate is you'd hate for these guys to be selected to the Windwards team, and then when they go play for West Indies competition, and they cannot play.
Well, we have just seen the dismissal there.
And this has happened in the past.
We have just seen a batter out bowled. The eighth wicket has gone there.
It's Kevin.
So Kevin Thomas bowled.
Not Kevin at all.
LeBron going bowled for just one. Bowled by Bishop. Aravinda Bishop getting that wicket, having for two, corrected, for two and 162. Is it? 162 for 8. LeBron Douglas bowled there by Aravinda Bishop. 4-2. 162 for the loss of 8.
And you've played the fifth, so I wanted to stay mute and allow me to make a contribution. One of the things I would have hated to see is what has happened in the past, when we see and not brave enough to call it suspect, not brave enough to want to make the corrections very early, and then we have these players making the regional teams, and having made the regional teams, going into the West Indies competition and being disallowed to bowl in the competition, where you have more stringent measures being taken. And so I'm not saying that Henry is throwing the ball. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a little bit slight suspect in the action. And if it really is the case that it needs remedial action, and they do the remedying very early, so he can get a chance to represent the Windwards at the West Indies competition, because certainly he is a very, very good fast bowler.
Good ball there from Bishop. The new batter, Elron Glasgow, has come out. He has joined Kevin Joseph, who remains not out on 42. We're in the 34th over. This one down the leg side, he sweeps at. The ball is going down to fine leg. They run out, and a chance of a run out, and he's out. Coming back for the second run and diving in, but his dive was futile, and they just get one run. He was, and I'm not too sure. Did you see a signal from the umpire? He got back onto it. He signaled wide, so they will actually get 2 runs. So it would be 165 for the loss of 9. But coming back for a second there and really failing in his attempt to get home, diving in. You could see valued his wicket there, Aaron Glasgow, but in vain as he goes back. 165, I make it for the loss of 9. Glasgow run out, and it was a wide, so Glasgow not scoring, run out for a duck.
Andy, we spoke about that earlier on. And I said to you that with Kevin in there, you have to be on your P's and Q's. And Kevin, this time, was involved in a run out. I think it was inevitable. I think it was inevitable. There's lack of communication sometimes. But we could see the little Glasgow, a slight jig, a sense of hesitation. And had he not hesitated, he probably would have been safely home. But we were talking on the patience. The wickets are going down. 163 for 8. That is the stage of the game. And then you wanna bat as many overs. And so even if you sacrifice that single, maybe you will get it later. Instead, your wicket is being sacrificed.
Yes.
So the new batter is Dogan, 165 for 9. 165 for 9. The over comes to an end. 34 overs completed. 165 for 9. And we have the new batter is DeAndre Dogan. Dogan, they say. So 16 more overs to be bowled, and we were lamenting or suggesting that the Vincentians stay and bat as all the overs. But right now, they seem the only person left between the St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenada is Kevin Joseph, who is losing his partner steadily. He's on 42. Douglas, 41. It's this one, a lovely shot through extra cover, over in the air, but safely 4 runs, so he moves to 45, 169 for the loss of 9 in the 35th.
And I think we've had 1 half century so far. That is Aiden Burton. I'm not sure if there are any others. And it would be nice to see another batsman getting to that milestone. And Kevin Joseph inches ever closer. He's now on 45.
He gets the edge and he's out. Going for a mighty drive once again. Getting the edge. 5 wickets now for Jayon Henry. All out now. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 169. They are dismissed for 169. The last batter they are going. Joseph going after hitting a good drive for 4. He flashes at, gets the edge, and makes his way back to the pavilion. Duggan not out, no score. Joseph caught at the wicket of the bowling of Jayon Henry for a well-played 45.
And they just at the time when we were wondering if he would actually go all the way to reach the milestone of 50, fall short by just 5 runs. If that was taken 6 runs, that would have been taken to 51. Is it a case of sacrifice or ill advice?
35.2 overs. That's all it took to get the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team all out. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Umpires Lenny Dangaben, Ryan Lanton, third umpire Andy Williams, Daryl Tate, the match commissioner, all on hand there. Bright, sunny conditions, play beginning on time at 9:30. And just to go through the scorecard, Damali Phillips and Alston Bob Jr. opened the batting for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had the two Edwards bowling, Aaron Edwards and Jeremy Edwards from the south, Aaron Edwards from the north. Damali Phillips was the first to go, caught at extra cover by Captain Kavon Bartholomew of Jeremy Edwards for 12. 2 for 51 when Alston Bob Jr. was legged before wicket, bowled J.on Henry for 19. 3 for 53 when Captain Jordan Charles was legged before wicket, bowled by Henry for 7. He took these 2 wickets in the same over. Then we had Jerwin Adams, the vice captain, out with the score on 67. Caught at slip by Jamie Wickham of the bowling of J.on Henry once again for 4. 5 for 80 when Zach Thomas was caught by Jamie Wickham of the bowling of Desron Misha. Jamie Wickham at slip. Thomas going for 9. 6 for 115 when Uzed Edwards was caught at the wicket, bowled by Shamel Hillier for 21. Then we had that 36-run partnership between Casado Henry and Zach Thomas was. Then we had Casado Henry caught at mid-on by Bartholomew, the captain of J.on Henry for 18. 8 for 62 when LeBron Douglas was bowled by Aravinda Bishop for 2. 9 for 165, Aaron Glasgow run out for a duck, and the last batsman out, Zach Joseph, caught at the wicket of the bowling of J.on Henry for 45, leaving DeAndre Duggan not out on no score. 35 overs and 2 balls is what was the final score, and maybe the bowling I will give you in a short while. The bowling, as I get it from our lead scorer there, Bianca. So the bowling, Aaron Edwards bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 31. Jeremy Edwards bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 19. The pick of the bowlers, J.on Henry, 7 overs and 2 balls, no maidens, 5 for 32. 5 for 32, J.on Henry. Aravinda Bishop bowled 5 overs, 1 for 26, did not bowl a maiden. Desron Mitchell bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31, did not bowl a maiden. And Shamel Hillier bowled 6 overs, he took 1 for 22, he bowled just 1 maiden over. So here you have it. The Vincentians, St. Vincent and the Grenadines dismissed 469 of 35 overs and 2 balls. And Grenada will have to get 170 to win of their total overs, 50 overs. So that's the position here at Geneva Playing Field. The sun is out in all its glory. We will return after the break. I think they will take lunch at this point in time, and we will return after lunch to continue live coverage of this Winlott Islands tournament, under 19 tournament, being played in Dominica. So until you rejoin us after lunch, Andy Carter, on behalf of Judy John and ours, all the competent team there. Okay, so I've just been corrected that we will continue Lunch will be at 1. What's the time now? It's 12:08. So the Grenada will begin the innings in a short while. So we'll just take a break for some messages and then we will come back. It's not lunch. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, I've been informed. So the Grenadians will come out in search of 170.
Next 5 minutes.
Well, welcome back here at Geneva playing field. We're about to see Grenada replying to 169 scored by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They require 170. They have all of 50 overs to get it. We have seen their openers, Rikim, Luis Charles, right-handed batter. He will face up to the left-arm bowler, Aaron Glasgow, operating from the southern end. And it's really lovely conditions, a nice cooling breeze blowing across the ground. At least it's getting to us. I do hope that the players will be refreshed by it.
Sometimes it can be difficult to negotiate. And so, like we said, the future of Winward's cricket is alive and well.
The very first day, Glasgow started and he bowled quite well in the first match. Then the second one, he was roughly treated by Devin Lewis, where he was struck for 5 sixes. But by and large, he has bowled quite well, and today he would want to establish himself and get among the wickets. First run, a wider signal there by umpire Lantern. So Grenada opened their account with a wide.
It will be interesting to find out how many extras was scored in the innings of when St. Vincent was batted.
A loud appeal there, the ball striking the batter, and you can see the Vincentians, the cocker hoop, they urging their players on, giving full support, but they did not get the support there on this occasion from the one who matters, umpire Ryan Lantern and Lenny Dangleben, the two umpires on field. Andy Williams is well seated, enjoying a day off today. He's smiling away, relaxed. Match Commissioner Daryl Teat is there, relaxed also. Shahizad the Stumps, the wicket keeper, and was there a signal? So a single there to Charles. So Charles will get off the mark, 2 without loss. And we are in the first over, and we keep in mind the target is 170. 170 to win.
It's interesting to know that Grenada got off the mark with an extra. And at that level, you would expect at the U19 level that the extras are as minimal as possible. But some 32 runs were awarded to St. Vincent as extras when they batted. And you want to hope that, not as a form of preference, but you want to hope that for development and for the quality of the pool from which you will select the Winward's team, that extras is not a big thing.
Yes, 32 runs in a total of 169. That was really
137 runs of the bat.
yes. So that isn't what you really want. Bowled him, pitched up. Here was Jordan going, swinging at, and it's rocked back there. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have struck there. They've gotten the wicket there of Jordan John. The score, 2 runs on the board. 1 for 2 now. Jordan John comprehensively beaten and bowled there by Aaron Glasgow for no score.
Well, only if you ask me, I think it's irresponsible shot of being offered there by Jordan John. Ball is full, straight. You have 300 balls to score 170 runs. You're just getting into strike. Facing maybe just about 2 deliveries, and then you offering that type of shot. It says that you are pretty irresponsible with your batting approach.
So the new batter has come out, Camille Abraham. So what has happened here? St. Vincent and the Grenadines scored 169 for 9. Kevin Joseph getting 45. Ozed Edwards getting 21. Casado Henry getting 80. Jayon Henry picked up 5 for 32 of his 7 overs and 2 balls. So it will be Casado Henry to operate from the northern end. I think we're getting some scores, Judy.
Yes, we just got it updated. 155 St. Lucia, 155 for 1840 overs up there at the Benjamin's Park in Portsmouth. In the other match, Dominica versus St. Lucia. So Dominica has restricted St. Lucia to 155 for 8 so far in 40 overs.
A lot of support from the players. Remember, they're out of home, they are away from home, so they lean on each other to encourage and give the necessary support. And it's certainly forthcoming here at Geneva Playing Field. The Vincentians, they think they have posted a respectable score which they can fight, a fight in total. So they're going about their task down the leg side, which will be signaled wide. 1 more will be added to the total. 3 will be all extras. All extras so far.
No. Yeah.
Oh yes, Rikim. So Rikim has 1 and 2 extras, so 3 for the loss of 1. Ball in the air, caught there at short leg. Batsman there going into the wicket, trying to pull a shot delivery there from Henry. Fails to get it over mid-wicket. The ball just spoons up and an easy catch there taken at short leg. Grenada in further trouble here at Geneva Playing Field. They lose their 2nd wicket with the score on 3.
And the shot was there to be hit, shot delivery, but being too late into the shot, it cramped him his space, and that just bubbled up. And for an easy catch at forward shot leg, being taken there by Alston Bob Jr. Bartholomew.
So the captain, Cavon Bartholomew, makes his way. And as they say, captain, save your side. He has some work to do. 2 wickets down already. And we're just in the 2nd over. So Rakeem Louis Charles, the batter out. He opened the innings, caught at short leg of the bowling of Casado Henry. So Henry getting among the wickets. In the first match, he took 4 for 30. He only got 1 yesterday on Sunday, but so far he has taken 1. Glasgow has taken 1, and Rakeem Charles caught at short leg of the bowling of Casado Henry for 1. Grenada in reply to 169 scored by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 3 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
I was just calling to ask, right? What is happening?
Bartholomew gets a good delivery, covers up and plays well. The Vincentians, they're attacking, they're encouraging each other, and they are very enthusiastic, exuberant. They sense, they're like sharks with blood in the water. They want to fight it all the way. Take the fight to the Grenadians. Pulls out and ball goes down to fine leg. Let's see the signal. It will be a bye signaled. So 1 more to the total. Grenada 4 for the loss of 2. We're in the second over. A lifting delivery. Not guarded cleanly there by Adams, the wicketkeeper. He's a tall man, but the ball penetrated, burst through his gloves. So it may have been a faster delivery from Henry. Henry is feeling all pumped up and raring to go.
Yes, and our fast bowlers there on display have been pretty aggressive, if you ask me. And occasionally we getting some carry, and this time the speed from Casado Henry just penetrating the glove of Jawin Adams there, and they getting by. But what I love about St. Vincent is their noisiness in the outfield. They seem to be a team. When we look compared to Grenada, when we had misfields, when we had drop catches, you could see the body language of the players. You know, it doesn't look like they're united front. With St. Vincent, it's always the rah, 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 you know, a loud bickering that is not a divisive one. It's a muttering that is a united front. All of us on the same wavelength, looking to get things done, supportive of each other, and that's one of the positives that I take from St. Vincent's team in the outfield. At 5 for 2 after 1.5 overs. The current run rate, we need 165 runs from 289 deliveries, and the current run rate is 2.73, and they required just 3.43. So a very gettable score for Grenada. If they are to pace their innings nicely, they should be able to reach it. But from what we've seen so far, 2 early wickets, 5 for 2 in just 2 overs.
So 5 runs have been scored of the first 2 overs. Camille Abraham on 1, Rakim Lewis, Rakim Charles, Rakim, you say, out for 1. And then we have Abraham with 1. Bartholomew yet to score.
Yeah.
Oh, he has 1 yet to score. So Bartholomew yet to score. Camille Abraham 1. 5 for 2 after 2.
And we'll see Glasgow operating from the southern end, and the preparing to charge into the batsman there, but looking to, with a plan, add somebody else onto the offside, on the 6th player really on the offside. And so you probably want to see that ball from the left-handed fast bowler Aaron Glasgow, just veering towards the offside a bit.
A good delivery there from Glasgow, just outside the off stump. The Vincentians, they were excited, but the wicketkeeper did not gather the ball. I think if he had gathered it, then they would have really all gone up. Because I think it's when you have a score on the board, it gives you an idea of what is required by the other side. So you've got to pump up yourself, and that's exactly what they're doing. As Abraham pushes and gets his second run, he is on 2-6 for the loss of 2 in the third.
Early, if at all there was an edge, and it might have been about an edge because the ball just dropped short of the wicket keeper, Joanne Adams. And you could see the excitement going away, particularly for the guy that was batting, that was keeping short. It's a standing shot. You could tell that maybe possibly might have gotten an edge, but the ball didn't carry at all to the wicket keeper, and they would be excited that okay, yeah, things are happening. Ooh,
Nice
lovely
lifting
lifting
delivery there to Captain Bartholomew. He handles it well because there is a short leg and there are 2 slips waiting. And look at Jordan Charles congratulating and see as though like boxers, like they have them on the ropes and they're pounding away. What's drama here at Geneva playing field? Jordan Charles at second slip, Zach Thomas there at first slip, wicketkeeper Adams, the vice captain also there. There is a short leg, and I think the ball struck Bartholomew somewhere on the glove, and he will need some attention as we see Enoch running out and having to do some work there with Bartholomew.
Yeah, you got to nurture the injury very early. Nurse the injury, sorry, rather. Very early, make sure that everything is okay. You seem to be a strong guy in terms of mental fortitude, Bartholomew, but I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry. You don't want to show any form of weakness, but definitely that was his lifting delivery coming into his midriff, just using the ball to parry it off and then knocking the finger there on the glove. And so, but he seems to be safe, just taking a precautionary measure as the medic Enoch Lee walks back out and the players get ready for action to resume.
Well, any knock on the fingers with that hard ball, I can tell you it hurts. But he's talking to the umpire, maybe not too sure what he's talking to him about, but he had a short word with the umpire. He seems to be going down. I think he's going down there, not too happy. Maybe the finger is swelling. I thought maybe he was just using it for a breathing space, but he seemed to be hurt. His fingers may be swelling, and he has spoken to the umpire, and he is going down, retired and hurt, not out, retired hurt. So I think it's keeper Bartholomew struck on the finger there, and he doesn't feel that he is comfortable enough to continue. He's disappointed, but that's the way the game goes. In fact, it's the thumb. You can see the thumb on the left hand, and so the new batter, Shamel Hillier, will take the place of Bartholomew. Bartholomew, the captain, retired, hurt, did not score as yet. Shamel Hillier. So a good rising delivery. So Hillier comes out. A good steep rising delivery there from Glasgow. Pitches this one up, driven back, and well fielded in his follow through there. Clean pickup. I was looking for the ball, and he was in his follow through up to him. He drove at the ball, and the bowler in his follow through made a clean pickup.
It's a lovely piece of work there, nice athleticism, and it's something that you want to teach your fast bowlers, that you want to continue if you follow through for things of that very nature. Because had it passed him, that would be look like a 4 runs, going straight back past the bowler, Andy.
A ball there passing down the leg side. It may have clipped the pad.
Apparently
That's
so.
why it wasn't called wide. May have clipped the pad. And so this score remains on 6 for the loss of 2 wickets. Driven, lovely shot to mid-off. Mid-off is there, keeping a tight rein of things. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the third over has come to an end. At the end of the third over, 6 for the loss of 2, and we saw an eventful over there from Glasgow, one which he struck the captain Bartholomew on the finger, and he had to go down as retired hurt. So we do hope that they can use that magic spray and get him back fit to come back and resume his innings.
Well, and if you've just been informed, I'll give you an update on the injury, and nothing is broken. It's just a little knock on the finger, and it is being nursed as we speak, and yeah, so.
He no better than you. All you must do that. I take it offense.
Good lifting delivery. You can see the spirit of the Vincentians. They've got it exuberant, and they're supporting each other, and that really helps, because when you're away from home, it's the 14 players who have come here to represent their country. They've got to put their heads together and really make things happen for them. They're on their own.
That's all that you have. That's all that you have, and then so you have to be that support structure. Oh, lovely ball there, but equal to the task. There's the batsman there. Let's see. Camille Abraham. Lovely, just getting above that shot there and dabbing it, and it's nice to see our young bowlers getting the kind of lift and the bongs that they're getting. But what we have not seen so much of are persons under the bat. We have Alston Bob, who took a catch there, not necessarily under the bat, silly medium or short, very, very, very how you call that, Andy? Silly medium? Short leg? Forward short leg?
It would be termed as a short leg, but he's a little bit not in the conventional short leg
position.
Yeah, he's a bit further back. You see 1 run scored there. I think it's by Hillier. Hillier getting off the mark. So it's 8 for the loss of 2. 8 for 2. Hillier off the mark. Abraham on 3. The batters out. John for a duck. And Rakim Charles for 1.
So, and I was making this point for a reason, because if you're getting the kind of bongs that you're getting, if you could pitch short deliveries.
A loud appeal. The Vincentians are cock-a-hoop, but they're not getting the support from the one who matters, umpire Lenny Dangaben. He remains stoic, and that's how it will end. They will have to go back to his mark there, Casado Henry, but deceiving. The ball kept a trifle low on this occasion there, and maybe just struck outside the off stump. From my position here, I'm more at a mid-on, long-on position, so I really cannot really determine it, from my points. I would say it's vantage.
Well, I'm sure Lenny Dangleben, he's not very quick to put the finger up. And so when he does it, usually it has given sort of consideration of all the things that we have to bring into play, whether or not the player is being, it's on the offside, the ball is pitching where it is pitching, in this case, pitching on the offside. Is it making, is the impact in line? And I'm sure he goes through that process to visualize everything that would have happened and then make the decision. And so I want to give the umpire, Lenny Dangleben, the benefit of the doubt there, that he would have made a good decision in that case.
Well, he's an experienced umpire, Lenny. As Harris Henry down the leg side, turns around Lenny Dangleben, signals wide. You could see what Casado Henry was attempting. He was trying to get that ball to duck into the left-hander, but he just strayed slightly and drifted down the leg side and provided a wide, which moves the Grenada total to 9 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're in the 4th over.
And the short leg position that we're looking to have, this is what I want to bring into discussion. That kind of short delivery where instead of trying to lift the ball past, the batsmen are looking to get above it. This brings the effect of a short leg player. And so if the short leg player could be a little bit closer, then it start to put doubt into the batsman's mind. Should I be playing that short? And then catch them into two minds, really. And you bring effectiveness to this because you have the short leg and you see where he is, and you still have a mid wicket.
On that occasion, Bob was a bit closer, right? He is there right now for Glasgow, outside the off stump, ball pitched up, but drifting, the left natural swing drifting to the slips. And you can see him inching a bit closer there, Bob, because if the batter has to fend, I think he is in a reasonable good position right now.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about earlier. He was a little bit too far.
Yes.
When we started the discussion, and so if you want to bring him into play for the chance of being caught in that position, you want him closer. Albeit that Bob has already had a catch in that position.
A loud appeal once again.
This one similarly pitched outside, down the leg side a bit.
I think it pitched outside the leg stump,
yeah.
and once it pitches outside the leg stump, it negates everything.
Yeah.
Whether it was going to hit the stumps, as long as it pitches outside the leg stump, case closed.
You can close shop. You can close shop. No more discussion.
York length delivery, and the batter almost yorking his own self too, playing late.
We were seeing Jordan Charles and looking like he wanted to toss the ball at this time. We're just faking it, not really. But yesterday, I'm not sure if you saw the situation with Ryan John and against the batter who top scored for Guyana, sorry. I'm not sure if you saw that when he just played the ball back to Ryan John, and Ryan John tossed the ball back at him. Well, not back at him, I should say. Back at the stumps, the ball knocking into the turf and knocking him on his helmet and having to call the medics in. What did you make of an attempt of that, or the gesture? I'm not sure if you saw that.
No, I didn't. I did not know.
Oh, okay.
But we heard of an incident at Benjamin Park where the player played the ball to mid off, and the fielder fielded the ball, and here was the batters going to have a word, and without the ball being dead, and they were a judge run out. One was a judge run out. Plays that a naughty shot there by Hilaire, trying to guide the ball, and the ball beating the edge of the bat and going through to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and the thing is, the sport is played with rules, and if the ball is not dead, then you as a batsman have to have the presence of mind to act accordingly. We saw a situation in the game on Sunday as well, where a lack of presence of it did not cost them their wicket, but it could have cost them their wicket. And at that stage, you want to have. Well, take for example Stefan Pascal. He is now 20 and no longer is available to play at the under-19 tournament. But by 19, still representing your country, you are eligible to play first-class cricket. And you want any first-class cricketer to be already have that presence of mind, have that game sense that is immaculate and what is required. And so knowing the rules is part of the game. And so you have to play within those rules. And if the ball is not dead, then you cannot fault a captain or you cannot fault any player for appealing for a run out if the ball is not dead and you're out of your crease.
Points taken. Over has come to an end. The fifth over completed. Grenada in search of 170 for victory. They're 9 for 2. I think lunch is at 1 o'clock. It's just about 13 minutes away. But they're covering up. Abraham, he's on 3. Hillier is on 1. 9 for 2. The batters out. Jordan John bowled by Glasgow for no score. Rickham Charles caught a short leg by Bob of Casado Henry for 1. It was 3 for 2. Then the captain Bartholomew was struck on the finger by Glasgow and had to retire hurt. But here the news is good that he will return. I'm not too sure if he will return immediately when a wicket falls, but the good news, he will return sometime later, unless these two batters take Grenada home and there will be no need for Bartholomew.
Well, I think it's achievable. The required run rate is just 3.6 runs per over, 161 needed in 268 deliveries. And so if they decide to put the head down and work things as they should, then maybe they do not require Bartholomew or anybody else.
Meanwhile, Abraham gets his 4th run. Double figures now for Grenada. 10 for the loss of 2.
In 5.3 overs, Andy.
So they will be very happy with their work so far. Not so Grenada. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, although not putting a massive score on the board, think that they have a fight in total. And as they say in cricket, runs on the board are runs on the board.
And that will always be the case. But what I think, though, is once you have runs on the board, you get a chance to maybe pace your innings based on the runs on the board. And too often people are absent-minded as to where things are. And just play, for example, the context of the game, the shot that got the opening batsman out bowled, for me, was uncalled for. Really.
Yes, he really had a wild swish, they would call it. But just watching on Sunday, St. Lucia just set 124 to win. And yet they failed to get it. They made 120. So when you have the runs, you can apply the pressure. Your bowlers have to really come to the party.
Well, yeah, and then once you can, when the runs are on the board, it is incumbent on the team that is going to defend those runs to have a game plan, and to see how well we can have a game plan to see how the opponents could not overhaul that score. And once you can stick to the game plan, then it makes it difficult. And so those runs on the board become runs on the board that can give you the win that you're looking for.
Naughty shot there played by Hilaire, fanning at a ball outside the off someone he may have left alone. He played that, he sparred at it, and fortunately not getting the edge. The over number 6 is completed, 10 for the loss of 2. St. Vincent made 169 all out. Grenada requiring 170 for victory. Find themselves precariously placed at 10 for 2 of 6 overs. So going under 2 runs per over. But it's early days.
Yeah, and Healy seems very compulsive with that shot, looking to just stab this one, and maybe with an intention like that, the slip cordon as packed as it is. Very sharp fielding there. Very sharp fielding there by Alston Bob. With the presence of mind to really toss this one out the stumps. So they saw the wicket keeper appealing. And also going out there to congratulate Bob for his action. And the first slight appeal for interfering with the play or obstructing the field, really. Well, obstructing the field, really, with Kemel taking evasive action, trying to get back to his crease.
Yeah, that was real swift action by Bob. Got the ball in quickly and shied at the stumps outside of the off stump. Wider signal by the umpire, Lantern. The batter there, Abraham, thought of playing and made the correct decision in finally allowing the ball. Because even if the ball is wide and you get an edge, that is your fault. You are dismissed.
Well, but that's one of the things I hate to see, Andy. I hate when you would have gotten rewarded for a bad delivery, for you to take that bad delivery and make it a good one by selling your wicket. Oh, is there a carry?
Him in the catch.
And
I felt
seeing,
that the ball bounced in front of him.
And that's a very quick signal there from the umpire standing at square leg, signaling to his counterpart on the other end, saying no, it did not carry, but a lovely action there by a lovely cricket, let's see.
He got the edge. The ball went quickly to the fielder at
second slip.
At slip. Looks like Charles, it is, the captain. And the ball dropping in front of him. He's claiming the catch, but I can tell you my eagle eye recognized that the ball had dropped in front of him. Yes, again! This time, I think it's still jumping in front of him once more. And you have to be eagle eye to see that the ball again dropped in front of him. But he was about to go up, but I think it would have been in vain once again.
Well, certainly, Andy, you've been eating your carrots. You've been eating your carrots because umpire Dungleben again is still signaling that it's touchdown.
Yes, I mean, there are times when you do not really see things. I mean, but on these 2 occasions, I think I saw it clearly.
But first delivery, you had a situation. The very next delivery is very similar situation. What do you make of the action of the batter in that case?
I think on this occasion he got an inside edge onto the pad. The ball, fortunately for him, not lobbing to Bob at short leg. So good bowling there by Glasgow. An impressive spell just before lunch. Both he and Henry, they have put in the effort. They cannot be faulted for lack of effort, I can tell you that. 2 balls in the corridor, getting the outside edge. Here he is once again. This one getting it to jack back. And Abraham plays well. And but there is no run.
Yeah, but I love to see Glasgow's approach, sticking to the task and bowling to the field. If you recognize the second slip, usually in the slip cordon, you don't see that type of action, but you can see how much closer the second slip is as compared to the first slip.
And a good lifting delivery to end over number 7. At the end of 7, 11 for the loss of 2 wickets. And the ball having dropped twice in front of Captain Charles, I think that he took a step or two up, and you could clearly see it that with balls dropping just in front of you, that you try to make the adjustment.
Well, on both occasions he was already up. He was already up closer than the way closer, and so it might be something that is deliberate, something that is planned, and I would employ something very similar for Shamel Hiller, because Hiller looks every time to, whenever this ball is just carrying on the offside, has that natural tendency to want to play at it with a little dab, and if you miss it, it provides the opportunity for that catch there from either the second slip or the first slip.
Pushes it on in the vacant mid-on region. The fielder from mid-off will run across to field. Dorgan and the batter will cross for 1. Hilaire will get his second run. And Grenada now 12 for the loss of 2. We're at the beginning of the 8th over.
That problem very possibly might be the last over before lunch. It's already 12:57, sorry, 12:57, and with less than 5 minutes, you will definitely not see another over started before lunch. We don't expect it, Andy.
How would they I think the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team would like to pick another cherry, as they describe it in cricket, but Grenada would want to consolidate and not lose a third wicket. Henry from around the wicket is forcing Abraham into defense. Plays it well on this occasion. Things have died out we're in the 8th over. So the early life that Henry and Glasgow still is producing unplayable deliveries, but we can see that Casado Henry, the batter, is getting into line and playing him much more comfortable at this stage. And he's bowled him. That one from around the wicket kept low. Abraham was totally deceived. You can't blame him. The ball kept very low, I must say. And Abraham has to make the long way back to the pavilion. Out for 4. Bowled by Casado Henry.
Yes, Andy, we saw earlier on in the previous over, Casado Henry bowling a delivery of that sort, which got the entire St. Vincent team jumping and in appeal, because that ball was kept low and moving from the offside into the left-handed batsman. And this time, I'm not sure how much of a shot he played, but certainly because the ball kept as low, he was way above it, and he been bowled there. A nice in-swinger to the left-handed batsman. Left-handed batsman there, so it's 12 for 18, sorry, 18 for 3 in 7.5 overs, and we're seeing the umpires. We're seeing the umpires walking off, and so at that stage, they will be taking the lunch break, and we have 4 persons getting back into the dugout. Among them is the captain, Cavon Bartholomew, and he was struck on the glove by Glasgow and retired hurt, but 3 wickets down. 3 wickets down so far.
So at lunch here at Geneva Playing Field, Grenada replying to 169 scored by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, go into lunch at the score of 12 for the loss of 3. There was a slight error there by the scorers, but it's actually 12 for 3 with the Camille Abraham bowled by Casado Henry on the stroke of lunch, leaving Shamil Hillier not out on 2. 12 for the loss of 3. Just to tell you that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they scored 169 with Kevin Joseph getting 45, OZ Edwards getting 21, Casado Henry getting 18, Jayon Henry picked up 5 for 32, a wicket each for Jerome Edwards, Aravinda Bishop, Desron Mitchell, and Shamel Hillier. 35 overs and 2 balls. St. Vincent and the Grenadines dismissed for 169, setting Grenada a target of 170. And at lunch, the Grenada end on 12 for the loss of 3. The batters out. Jordan John bowled by Glasgow for no score. Rakim Louis Charles was caught at short leg by Bob of Casado Henry for 1. It was 3 for 2, and on the stroke of lunch, Camille Abraham bowled by Casado Henry for 4. 12 for the loss of 3 wickets. That's the position here at the Geneva playing field. So if UD has some updates, we will take it before we go across to have some lunch.
No, Andy, I have not been able to tap
Okay,
into the
well, when we
results.
come back after lunch, we will update you on all the scores. So for now, it's bye from the Geneva playing field. It's lunch here. Just to repeat the scores, 169 for all out, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And at lunch, Grenada needing 170, 12 for the loss of 3.
St. Lucia, Andy, we have an update, 162 all out in 42.1 overs. So Dominica is going to need 163 runs to win their 3rd successive match.
So that's it. We'll have a lunch break now. You join us after lunch for further live commentary. Thanks for being with us. It's bye now from Geneva Plainfield till after lunch. Good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the Geneva playing field. I can tell you it's really bright out here. The sun is out in all its glory. Grenada set a victory target of 170. They went to lunch at 12 for 3 of 7 overs and 4 balls. The not out batter was Shamel Hillier, and joining him is Jamie Wickham. So is Wickham who is facing, and same they're wringing his hands. We had one injury so far with Bartholomew, the captain, struck on the finger by a rising delivery from Elron Glasgow. So we seeing the completion of the 8th over, being bowled by Casado Henry, gets the edge. The ball goes down, it doesn't go up, and it's starting to keep low from that northern end. And you can see we saw that delivery which dismissed Camille Abraham just on the stroke of lunch. He was bowled by Casado Henry for 4. Ball which kept extremely low, and Abraham unable to negotiate and was clean bowled for 4. So Jordan John bowled by Glasgow for no score. Rakim Charles caught at short leg as Wickham gets a run. He plays down to 3rd man. Wickham is off the mark. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they've picked up 3 wickets already. Grenada 13 for the loss of 3 after 8 overs. So from the northern end, we're seeing the ball keeping low. From the southern end, where Elron he is bowling, there seems to be a bit more bounce in the pitch, and the batters will have to adjust. One end lifting, the other end keeping low. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they fancy themselves getting the Grenadians out over at Benjamin Park. St. Lucia scored 162 of 42 overs, and we have just heard that Dominica has lost 2 wickets so far. Outside the off stump, Wickham watches it go into the gloves of Adams. So they say welcome back after lunch to UD John, who has been there all day long and has enjoyed some cricket. He's had some useful comments on what he has seen happening, but I can tell you we've had perfect weather so far, UD.
Well, certainly, Andy, as we said when we commenced, the sun is now out in all its glory. None of the heavy clouds that you would have seen earlier on still linger there. They are all gone, and so it's bright sunshine. And as we see the various shades of green and yellow as the plants, some of them blossom, I can tell Kevin James, I'm wondering if he is here, because I'm seeing a tree that is covered in all yellow, and that is one of the favorite trees for the bees during the season for honey. And so I know Kevin would be happy to have a hive or 2 here at Geneva. But the various colors of green, various shades of green, I should say, and are reasons for us to celebrate God's and His glory. But if you want to see some cricket, something man-made, come see the cricket down there. Have some time and enjoy the cricket that is going on. A good fight being put on there by St. Vincent in looking to defend a total of 169, and bringing some oohs and ahs in the outfield as they now still need 156 runs at a run rate. 156 runs, sorry, in 249 deliveries is where Grenada's at the moment, 14 for 3 at the start of the innings.
And the encouragement from the Vincentian players, they're noisy, they're getting into the minds and in the mind and into making the Grenadians think to slip in place. Glasgow runs in, spreads this one wide, which will be signaled by the umpire. One more will be added to the total. 15 for the loss of 3. Hillier not out on 2 since lunch. He has not added any run. Jamie Wickham has added 1. So from 12 for 3, they have moved to 13. Is it 13? 15. 15 for the same 3 wickets. They've got to dig in now.
Well, certainly, Andy, I mean, the asking rate, although it's not very steep, is just 3.75. But having been there for 8.4 overs and scoring just 15 runs, if you're not a patient person, that can bring some little pressure on the batsmen to make them play some shots that are ill-advised and losing the wickets in the process. And so Grenada is required to be a little bit more patient at the moment. There's a lift and delivery there from Glasgow and beating the bat of Hilaire and goes through the wicket keeper, and the nice contest between bat and bowler there.
Yes, and as I was saying earlier, the wicket from the when you're batting here at the northern end, there is considerably more bounce in the pitch than when you're batting on the southern end. When Casado Henry is coming, he seems to be getting the ball to skid along the pitch. But Glasgow from the southern end seems to be getting a lift, and they have now employed a foot slip. So 2 free slips there now as Glasgow is driving at missing, and maybe after Glasgow's spell from that end, they may want to use Casado Henry from the southern end because he's their other fast bowler. The over has come to an end. 9 overs completed, 15 for the loss of 3. Grenada in search of 170 for victory.
Yes, Andy, St. Vincent is making it a little bit difficult at the moment. They've yet to get off the mark with the wins in the win column. They've played both games and lost both games to St. Lucia first, and then Dominica on Sunday. And so they're looking to register themselves among the wins. Dominica seems to be in a bit of trouble down there at the Benjamin Spark. Lost 2 wickets early up even before the 5th over of their innings, and so St. Vincent want to join into the party, recognizing that no one can claim already the title so far, because there's a second round of matches to take place.
Yes, so we have cricket today, tomorrow, and then I think the rest days on Thursday, and then the final round of matches begins on Friday. The tournament ends on Saturday. An interesting time now. Today's games will determine who will lead. If Dominica can win, they will have won 3 on a stretch. Casado Henry bowling to Wickham, left-handed batter. 3 slips in position for Henry. Nice, gets into his wicket, brings it down to square leg. The fielder is there. He knocks the ball down, recovers quite quickly, and restricts the batters to just 1 run. Wickham will go up to 2. Grenada will move to 16. But getting into the wicket rather quickly there, Wickham. A big guy, very stocky, but swiveled quite well and played it quite beautifully.
Well, making the necessary adjustment. The ball was short, and with a heavily packed offside field, he just got on the inside of the delivery and pulled this one out. But there's a lovely piece of work down there from the guy who was filling that faint leg Andy to prevent it or to limit it just to one. Cartoon.
Yes, indeed, sloppy. There wasn't supposed to be any run. The player sending the ball and giving an extra run, a run when there should have been none. So 17 it is. Hillier will be getting the run. Credited to Hillier. He has moved to 3. Wickham is on 2. 17 for the loss of 3. We're in the 10th over. Been bowled by Casado Henry. This one is short, rising. Wickham, who had earlier played a shot down to square leg, and he pulled out at the last minute, and rightfully so.
Yeah, again, it's there to be hit. I am not sure if that is the best delivery that you want to be bowling to Wickham at that stage, because if you look at the people on the leg side of the field, there are only 2 players on the leg side. The guy at short leg in Alston Bob, and the guy at a very deep fine leg. And Andy, that gives a world of space to just get on the inside of that delivery and to just play any control shot. So once it is short, and this and he plays that one nicely through the covers, and it will be 4 runs.
Full delivery, and Wickham dispatches it to the cover boundary. Lovely shot. He moves on to 6. Grenada now 21 for the loss of 3 wickets. As the over comes to an end, 10 overs completed, 21 for 3. Wickham is on 6. Hillier is on 3. The batters out so far: Jordan John for a duck, Rakim Charles for 1, Kemil Abraham for 4. They went to lunch at 12 for the loss of 3, and since the lunch they have added some 9 runs. 21 now it is for 3.
And just to continue the conversation on the short pitch deliveries and the field setting, you always hear people say we don't set field for bad bowling. And I'm not sure what the plan is from. Is it Lebron bowling on the northern end? Glasgow. No, not from the southern end.
From that end.
From the northern end.
Henry.
From Henry. I'm not sure what is his plan, really, pitching that short pitch delivery, which we saw what could have resulted from it. I think if Wickham was just a little bit just guided it as opposed to getting the full pull, it would have not gone to fine leg. It would be able to go into a deep mid wicket region, or a little bit wideish into the corner area, and that should be able to give you an easy 4 runs.
The first time Wickham had time, he played it down to fine leg, going for the drive they're missing, and Adams looks a bit surprised. He's saying that the ball wobbled after leaving the bat. But just to continue, the second time, the batter Wickham, he was surprised by the delivery. And if you do not read the length early enough,
you're not going to get on the inside of it.
I heard you say that it was there to be hit, but if you're surprised by it, you better pull out, because you won't be able to control the ball.
Well, I'm not asking you because we saw two wickets during the course of the game so far, where the batter is opting to pull the ball, albeit that they are cramped with space, and both of them were out caught early up. And so I'm not saying that he should have continued with the shot. What I'm saying is, having read the length of the delivery has been short, even if it's a little bit on the off stump, because there's nobody really protecting the leg side. If you can get yourself on the inside of that delivery, a little push, and that should be able to give you runs, easy runs, if not 4 or 2 or 3.
Good delivery once again, and through to the wicket keeper. The element of surprise is always something. They in a fight they say man surprised, man beaten. So if you are surprised, and you're not in position, you just cannot. You will not be able to play the shot. So we'll move on. He played one well, the other one surprised him, and he couldn't handle it. He allowed it to go. It's this one to the man there. He can be described as a short mid wicket now, certainly not a short leg. Alston Bob, way out. I would more describe him as a short mid wicket at this present time, not under the bat.
Yes, Andy, and but when we look at the outfield and the field setting, you cannot afford to stray, and Glasgow has been doing a good enough a job to bowl to his field so far. Okay, is that caught behind?
Again, he's playing at Hilaire. Good nagging length, trying to induce that shot. He has played and missed quite a number of times. The over comes, 11 overs completed, and at the end of over 11, it's a maiden over, 21 for the loss of 3, a maiden bowled by Glasgow.
And to give us an update, Dominica is now just being told Dominica is now 24 for 3. 24 for 3 down at Portsmouth against St. Lucia, chasing nearly 162 or 63. 163 for victory.
So we're going to see a bowling change from the northern end there. Casado Henry has been replaced. I think it's Dogan, whom we saw bowl 1 over. Wait to see, to confirm, because he bowled an over which he has pace. And yes, it's DeAndre Dogan. And he has pace, I can tell you that. But he bowled how many wides, how many no balls, certainly did not get it right. And let's hope that he can get it right, because he has a fair bit of pace. You can see him running up to the wicket with some good acceleration there, and it will be interesting to see if he can correct what he did in the first match, and then he was dropped in the second because he bowled just 1 over, which cost 12 runs, and it was more of wides and no balls.
Oh, well, yes, you could see he charges down by just his dummy run up. You could see that it charges the crease, and if you're charging the crease and you cannot control that pace, then you will not have control of the delivery.
Nice piece of fielding there in the gully, opening the face of the bat. Wickham, the fielder did quite well, opening the face of the bat, timing the ball well, but straight to the fielder, who did well and fielded quite cleanly.
Yes, and it's lovely to see the agility of our athletes, and particularly the athletes from the St. Vincent team, and they move very well in the field, and I mean, they had a throwing ability from the deep, limiting people to a single where you could have easily had 2 runs. Before we see one for the show. Lovely lifting delivery there, and Wickham just dabs this one, and it passes the third slip. Should I say a third slip? No. Yeah. A third slip. 3 slips being employed there for the bowling of DeAndre Dugan, who is getting some carry, who's getting some nice, lovely lifting deliveries, and Wickham just stays above it and dabs this one. If a very controlled shot that gives him a single, it takes the score to 22 for 3 after 11.2 overs.
So far, so good from DeAndre. As long as he can keep not overstepping the line, he should be fine. Works up a good head of pace. pushes it on the onside and gets a run. One more to Hilaire. Hilaire moves on to 4. 23 for the loss of 3 wickets. Grenada, they need 170 to take a victory, and they will for 2 consecutive victories. Remember, on Sunday they beat St. Lucia by 20 runs after having only scored 123. They got St. Lucia to only get 120. 103, I should say. Pose this one down to backward square. They run 1, and that's all they'll be. Wickham gets another run. He moves on to 8. 20.
24 for free, Andy.
Right here.
Yeah, right here, 24 for free. But Dominica is now 24 for 4 in 8.3 overs, 8.1 overs over at Benjamin's Park against St. Lucia.
Short delivery, and Hilaire essaying the uppercut, then he showing that he could leave it or he could choose to play the uppercut. There are 2 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, third man and fine leg. So far, so good from Dogan. Comfortably in behind that delivery. Pushes it to extra cover. There is no run. A much better over from what we saw from DeAndre Dugan earlier in the tournament. The over comes to an end. 12 overs completed. 24 Grenada for the loss of 3.
Yes, Andy, and the Vincent team, as we observe, continues to employ a very heavily packed offside, with maybe just at most 3 players on the leg side, and in some cases just 2, and looking to bowl and to prevent or to bowl very stingily, forcing the Grenadines to play bad shots, and they are bowling to the plan, packing the balls on a regular basis, on a consistent basis, and that is on the offside. And in this field now we're seeing somebody being implemented, a third player down the leg side.
So Douglas takes over from Glasgow, and immediately a run is taken there by Wickham. Wickham will move to 9. Hilaire still there. He's on 4. 25 for the loss of 3 wickets. We're in the 13th over. Knocked down there by Bob at shortish mid-wicket. He has the helmet, he has the pads, he has all the equipment to be at short leg, but he has now disposed of his helmet and is going a bit further back to the right of the umpire. So I guess the umpire would be at square leg, so you would say backward square. Plays a brilliant looking shot, going on the back foot. is Hillier and punching well. A good return, good cricket all round. 2 runs there to Hillier, moves him to 6. And the Grenada total advances to 27 for the loss of 3. Hillier is on 6. Wickham is on 9.
Seeing the medic being called out there, and with a dive there from the is it Wickham? Not Wickham. Is it the batsman?
You know, get up.
Wickham and Hillier.
Hillier. Shamal Hillier diving there, trying to save himself from being run out, and he just getting a bruise on the shoulder, on the elbow, sorry, and they seen the medic being called there to attend to that. What we can maybe make it just a minor injury.
Take a break. Yes, we're resuming after a short break when the chance going a begging. Hillier hitting that one straight to the man at short extra cover. It was at a good height, and he must be disappointed in putting that one down. It would have been the 4th wicket going down. And again, medic Enoch Lee has been called into action. Just one ball ago, he was on the field, and here he goes with his kit once again. Lee called upon to do duties on the field. So once again, we'll be having a short break, and it's a good time maybe to take some further messages from our kind sponsors. Player, after having dropped the catch, he fell on his shoulder. He's holding it. Not too sure if it has been dislocated the way he's holding it. Certainly seems to have come out of place. Lee is accompanying him down the ground, and he is holding it. The way he's holding it, it seems to be a dislocation. So he will go into the room, and maybe Lee will use his skill and put it back into place. But play continues with Douglas. Ball keeping low on this occasion. When Glasgow was bowling from that end, the ball was lifting, and I was mentioning that from the northern end, Casado and again the ball bounces in front. The wicketkeeper Adams, and he's in some sort of pain. They will have to have a second medic on hand because Lee is attending to Damali Phillips, but he's getting some assistance. Ball striking him in that fleshy part,
just on the knee,
above the pad, and he's limping around.
Yes, those things can be painful. Honestly, when it rains, it pours. That in quick succession, the medic had to be called to the field, and probably want him to be called a third time in a row there.
So Hilaire gets another run. He moves to 7-28 for the loss of 3. The over comes to an end. Over number 13 completed. 28 for 3, so just 4 runs coming off that first over from LeBron Douglas. Can't help talking about the weather. What lovely weather. Grass well cut out at the Geneva playing field. Sun blazing down. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Just giving that cooling effect. But where we are in the shade, and the breeze, we're feeling it quite nicely on our faces and on our bodies. But the players out there in the hot sun, they will welcome a little breeze. It kind of sets things up. It is Dugan now to bowl to Hilaire. Plays it comfortably. Was thinking of a run. Ball went quickly to Bob there at square leg, and there is no run. From the first time I saw DeAndre Dugan, I kind of was impressed with his pace, but the only thing is that he overstepped and was a bit erratic. But so far, so good. Let's see as he runs in quickly up to the pitch. A lovely delivery, steep rising on this occasion. And I can tell you, so far in the tournament, he is the fastest bowler I have seen. And if he can control, not overstepping, and not bowling down the leg side and wides, I think he'll be someone to reckon with.
Yes, Andy, that certainly was a very lifting delivery, very steep climb at that, and but Healy was out of the way easily, nicely out of the way. But more so, it was such a well-directed bumper, Andy.
Yes, he runs in very quickly. His approach to the wickets, if you see him, he can scare you if you have to study him. He tries to get it again to lift, but it does not lift. There he calls for two. It's Wickham who is calling, and calling correctly. 2 more runs to Hilaire. He moves to 9, 30 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Andy, and very well placed. Shortest delivery at that, but no lift at all. And the player was able to negotiate that well and play it just along the track, and to get 2 coming out of that. So this scores moves on to 30 for free after 13.3 overs. The asking rate still 3.84 runs per over. Very gettable.
Again, he gets this one to lift, and that can be really disconcerting for the batter, because sometimes the ball lifts. You could see the effort made by Dugan to get the ball to lift, and when sometimes you as a player staying on the back foot and the ball keeps low and it is on the stumps, there's little you can do to defend it.
Little but pray. I said little but pray. Pray, while the bowler is praying at you.
Running in very quickly, approach to the wicket. This time, Hilaire is comfortably in behind, pushing it on the offside to cover, and there's no run. So the important part is to keep your eyes on the ball. Do not be misled that thinking, well, the ball before rose above my head and there will be something similar. You can see, if it was left to Dugan alone, he would have let every ball fly over the batter's head. But the pitch is not responding as well as he would have liked. So the batter has to keep focused.
Yes, Andy. Timing of the batter there, the Hilaire, Shamil Hilaire. I'm not sure if everything was working right with his back swing. So sometimes it looks like the ball plays him too early, or he plays it probably not at the right, making connection at the right point, and so you get that kind of a timing you're looking for as a batsman. You know, everything is just one complete action. And that's why it looks so gracious when you have a nice flowing drive without much of a heave.
You can see the body language of DeAndre Dugan today. He's feeling quite pleased. He gets a tag there from the coach who is on the edge of the boundary, and he is at third man, and certainly he will be pleased. You can see his body language. He bowled one bad over, but so far he has kept his line, kept his feet, most importantly, behind the popping crease, and looking to extract some life and get a few more, get among the wickets for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I think Enoch is on the field once again with some plaster, getting some work done on Shamel Hillier. Hillier is on 9. Both batsmen on 9. 30 for 3 after 14 overs. So they require another 140 runs of 36 overs. It's an area where they feel they could get it, but they can't afford to lose too many wickets presently. They need to consolidate, and Wickham and Hillier, or do not scoring quickly, they are there and they are holding on.
And they just following the match there, St. Lucia versus Dominica. Dominica is 45 for 4 after 11.5 overs. But the last delivery there being bowled by St. Lucia, lifting delivery, taking the top of the bat, and Kaylan Christmas surviving what could have been an easy dolly of a catch there.
Wickham gets another run. Grenada 31 for 3. So we come into the double figures. Lovely straight drive down the ground. They run one. The ball, two fielders converge. But in the end, two runs to Hillier. Good straight drive. 31 for the 33 now for the free. Hillier growing in confidence. The two batters getting the job done so far. Hillier not prepared to throw his wicket away, with Glasgow out of the attack. They feel a little more comfortable. Edges, the ball will go down to third man. Into the boundary it goes. 4 runs there to Hillier. He moves to 15. 37 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Andy, and it's flashing at that one, taking the chance now that the St. Vincent team has removed most of the slips. Previously, they were free fielders in the slips position, the flip scoring, but now just one, giving Wickham a chance to just free represents, especially the wideish third man that is being employed and getting at 4 runs. Some 4 valuable runs for St. Vincent as their scores move on to 37 for 3 in 14.3 overs.
Hits the ball. Hillier straight to mid-on. Thought of a run. Wickham was looking to back up, but Hillier thought the better of it and sent him back. And a wise decision it was.
LeBron walks back quietly to his mark, Andy, and Usually when the fast bowlers do that, sometimes they're going for the thought process. So what you gonna bring next? And just seeing him with a more controlled, slow, not slower delivery, but slower than usual delivery. And not anything disguised. Is it a sign of fatigue, Andy?
Well, he has just started bowling. I think he has just bowled 2 overs so far in that spell. So I don't think fatigue would really creep in as yet. But since Glasgow has come off the attack, we have seen things get a bit easier. Although Dugan is trying to work up some pace, he hasn't been able to penetrate, and Wickham has played him quite well so far. A few scares with some short pitch deliveries, but by and large, Wickham and Hillier, they have taken the score from 12 for 3, and they have added 25 runs between them.
Yes, and we now see them more protected leg side, but moving the fielder there at the short mid-wicket area, and putting him on the offside, still leaving free in good positions for miss it on the pool. And we're seeing this just going buys, beating both the bat and the wicket keeper. And we can see Jawin Adams disgusted with himself for being up too early, and this ball keeping just a little bit tad bit low, and they will go for that buy. And most wicket keepers for that in the situations do not want those runs against them.
We haven't seen any spin yet from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The captain, Jordan Charles, has not introduced himself. He has Zach Thomas at his disposal, has worked with his fast medium bowlers so far. Glasgow has looked the man, although the main wicket taker has been Casado Henry, who has taken 2 wickets so far. Glasgow with the other wicket. The batters out so far: Jordan DeJohn, bowled by Glasgow for a duck. Rakim Charles caught a short leg by Bob of Casado Henry for 1, and Camille Abraham bowled by Casado Henry for 4. Has grown in confidence here, standing tall and playing square of the wicket, but he can't score.
Yes, and they looking to manipulate the field. He just opens the face of the bat, but this guy there at point is the ball goes straight to him, and it's must be simple, and they restrict him for that run. Good field placement there, and maybe we just want to open that face of the bat a little bit more, seeing that the second and third slips are no longer they're just one person in the slips. They call it maybe between second and third, giving him the space for him to open out his bat a little bit more, so he could get effect the single, steering the ball down to third man. But one of the things I love about these batters, we can see their intent in trying to manipulate the field. Not manipulating it dangerously with the likes of the reverse sweep, but playing with conventional shots just by using their wrist and opening the bat, closing the face of the bat to effect the singles. And those are nice attributes for the making of our young batsmen.
Yes, so far these 2 batters, they have applied themselves quite well. They have consolidated, and they have the Vincentians lifting delivery, not forced to play on this occasion. He allows it to go through to the wicket keeper.
And we can see Andy, the umpire, just cautioning DeAndre Dugan a little bit on his follow through, running down the wicket almost in the dangerous areas, and you could see him just directing to the bowler. Maybe stay clear of that danger zone, the red zone, Andy, so we don't have any markings in the field or in the wicket that are unbecoming and dangerous to the players. Sometimes we do that deliberately just to get the spinners to be employed. But Team St. Vincent has not used a spinner as yet.
Good flowing drive, finds the man at squarish cover, and he can score. So Hilaire has grown in confidence. I guess both batters have grown in confidence. We saw the positive approach from Wickham from the time he came out. But Hilaire started a bit scratchy, but now you can see him getting in line and playing the ball quite well now.
Well, he's been there for 48 deliveries. That's 8 overs really eight overs of the 50 overs that have been allotted to them. So he would have gotten his eye in handy, and so he's getting behind the ball nicely, and maybe just need to just work it a little bit differently. 15 out of 49 deliveries is Shamel Hilaire, and 10 from 15 is Jamie Wickham.
So the over has come to an end. 16 overs completed. 38 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hilaire is on 15. 10 to Wickham. And I was just thinking how many overs you'd get give a person like Dugan. I think he should be used in short, sharp spells. I don't think he can bowl more than 4 overs with the sort of run-up he has. Although he's young, but you do not want to overwork your fast bowler. You would want him to have his optimum, so maybe use him in 3 over spells. What your thought?
I want to think that any fast bowler should be able to come out and bowl 5 quick overs if you're a quickie, and if you're unable to do it and you're a genuine quickie, then it means your cardiovascular fitness is not at the level where it is. And if you are going to be drawing down your speed, then your strength training needs to be reconsidered. I reflect on Kyron Phillip. Kyron Phillip can generate some good pace, but he probably come and give you a real quick over, a second real quick, and then thereafter you want to try to slow down maybe because of lack of success. A fast bowler, if you want to be a fast bowler, you want to be able to give your team some 5 quick overs, really quick overs, because sometimes that is what is required to really scare the other batsmen and make it difficult for them on the other end.
I still believe it's all about the conditions. It's hot sun out there. You should be able to bowl 5, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you should bowl 5. We see the introduction of Kevin Joseph, and Wickham hits the ball too long off, gets a run. He moves to 11, 39 for the loss of 3. So they've introduced Kevin Joseph from the southern end. He's replacing LeBron Douglas. And maybe we might see a change. It's just I'm not the captain. I just think that maybe 3 overs for Dugan will be sufficient in this scorching sun out here at Geneva.
Well, maybe. I mean, you as a captain, you're gonna have to be able to manage your human resources out there. You know what the limitations are. You know what the circumstances are. Still a wide game ahead of us. Just 39 for 3, and quite a few more overs to go. And so you want to manage your bowlers as much as possible. It's not like they are accelerating, and they accelerating the run rate, and then we're going to use Dugan or the other fast bowlers to stem that approach. And so managing that should be a good thing. But and just give us an update. Dominica is now 45 for 4. Kalen Christmas is not out on 10 from 21, and Nian Davis is not out on 8 from 23 deliveries. Those two trying to reconsolidate Dominica's innings as they were put into trouble for early up. A lovely shot there being driven there, and Wickham will cross for his single. It adds a total, takes them to 40 for 3 in 16.3 overs. 41 for 3 in 16.4 overs.
Drives, pleasant drive to skirmish cover. Captain Charles Fields, but not before Hillier gets his 17th run. 42 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Grenada consolidating after losing their third wicket with the score on 12. They have added some 30 runs, these two, without further loss.
And Wickham digs himself into a nice defensive stance there, and it will be water break, Andy. It will be. And somebody's just telling me it's time for some thoracic lubrication.
So at the end of 17 overs, 42 for 3. Shamel Hillier not out on 17. Jamie Wickham on 12. They came together after lunch when Grenada was at that stage 12 runs for 3 wickets. They have progressed to 42 for the loss of 3. It was 12 for 3 of 7.4. So some 9.2 overs bowled between that time, and they have moved to 42 for 3 as the players get a drinks break. So just to recap, St. Vincent and the Grenadines made 169 all out, with Kevin Joseph getting 45, OZ Edwards 21, Casado Henry 18. The pick of the bowlers for St. Vincent. For Henry, for Grenada, Henry took 5 for 32. Aaron Edwards, Bo did not get a wicket. The other wicket takers, Jeremy Edwards 1, Aravinda Bishop 1, Desron Mitchell 1, Shamel Hillier 1, 169 of 35 overs and 2 balls, and the Grenada sets 170. They are 42 for the loss of 3. The batters out. Jordan John bowled by Glasgow for no score. 2 for 3 when Rakim Charles caught by Bob at short leg of Casado Henry for 1. And on the stroke of lunch, Camille Abraham was bowled by Casado Henry for 4. So Grenada went to lunch at 12 for 3 of 7.4 overs. They have come back after lunch, and since lunch they have not lost any other wickets. They have moved from 12 to 42 without further loss. So these two have added 30 runs. So Grenada require another 128 runs. They have 33 overs in which to get them. So enough overs. They just need to occupy the crease as long as possible, get closer and closer to the total. 128 of 33 overs. That's 4 frees at 12, 4 frees 12 and 1. So it's under 4 runs per over. So, so Dominica finding the going tough at Benjamin Park, 5 wickets down. And here is the batter not playing a shot. Loud appeal. Dugan is down on the pitch, begging, pleading, but not out, says the umpire. And it brings about a laugh from his teammates. And I could tell you that ball crept, and I thought that I saw him not playing a shot, but I was wondering if it was for a leg before, but I'm being told that he has been bowled. So just after that water break, it always brings a wicket. 42 for the loss of 4 wickets. Dugan making the breakthrough. So the captain persisting with Dugan, and he has got the wicket there of Hilaire, whom he has bowled for 17. 4 for 42, an important wicket. These two were occupying the crease, and Dugan, he had been getting the ball to lift disconcertingly, and I just knew that as once he got a ball on the stumps which kept low, it would have presented some difficulty for the batter, and so said, so done. He wasn't playing a shot, and the ball went right through him, and not too sure if it hit the pad and then onto the stumps. There's no benefit of the replay, but what we know is he has been clean bowled for 17.
And it seems that I may need to borrow you my glasses. Earlier on, I was the one making all the mistakes, and your carrot eye was able to pick up everything. This time you've been deceived slightly.
But did you see it? That's the big question. With your spectacles, did you see it? And
Well,
this time
we
is
can see
this
another
time I
one.
can see his
Yorker
boot.
delivery.
Yorker delivery. Dugan is running all over the place, and he has picked up the man coming in there with the very first ball. So here was Bartholomew going back. He was retired, hurt, and he has gone back. And the very first ball he received from Dugan, he is clean bowled.
Yes, and a fast delivery there from the Andrew Dugan. You were wondering if he should be rested, but he still has the fiery power, and been able to take two wickets in successive deliveries there. And he is now coming up with his hat-trick ball as the number 13 for Grenada, Jayon Henry. Jayon Henry is walking up. Jayon Henry was a menace to the bowlers, for the batters, sorry, for St. Vincent. Now it's his turn to face the music. Will it be a 1-ball wicket for him for the first hat-trick of the competition, or will he be able to dig him out and to reconsolidate the innings after what we saw probably was a little tough going between Wickham and Healer?
But I must say that my co-commentator is saying that he needed his glasses, but he was the one who should be assisting me. He was on his phone watching Dominica and St. Lucia, and whereas he could have told me that he saw what happened, he could not tell me, but yet still he's saying, oh, I'm the one making the mistakes now. He should be my assistant.
Well,
I will not say no more on that.
Well, I'm not saying you make mistakes, but what I'm saying is that my head has a magnet on it, and the bus that you threw me Yeah, the bus, instead of the bus riding over me, I was pulled by the bus, Andy. So I'm still alive, not dead yet, from being put under the bus. But Andy, just to give you the update, Dominica is now 51 for 5. We just saw the last wicket of Kale and Christmas go in there just at the point in time when we were talking Kale and Christmas. And actually, it's 55 for 6 now, Andy. Yeah, so it's 55 for 6, Dominica losing a 6 wicket in short space there, Andy, while we were chuckling with laughter. And so Dominica struggling, 55 for 6 in 17.3 overs. The last wicket to fall was not Kellen Christmas, but Kenneth Valmore. And now it brings Joshua Joseph on strike with Leon Davis, who is on 17 from 41. So Dominica still miles 100 and about 108 runs away, chasing 100 and I think 62 for victory.
Yes, but we are here at Geneva playing field. I think Compton, Bertrand, and Scotland will give us what is happening over at Portsmouth. I think we should concentrate on what is happening at Geneva and just give updates of what is happening at Portsmouth and try not to give live commentary of the match at Portsmouth. So let's stick to where we were assigned to and just give updates from time to time. I'm satisfied by just getting the updates from Bianca, the scorer on our left.
Appreciate it much, Andy. As DeAndre comes in, and Henry survives the hat-trick delivery.
So from 42 for 3, it has moved to 42 for 5 in quick time. And Dugan, who from the time he came on, he looked quite good. He has done some work. The coaches have worked with him. He bowled 1 over in the first match here, and he didn't bowl too well. He bowled all over the place. But this afternoon, you could see the intent and the purpose of the Andre Dugan. Lifting delivery. No ball signaled. 1 more to the total. 43 for the loss of 5 now. Free hit. So finally, Dugan has overstepped. And I must say, he has bowled quite well in his spell so far. He has that quick run up to the wicket, and if you can be deceived by his run up and can be very fearful when he comes in with that sort of pace outside the off stump with some wafer, gets in there across from cover. They set up for a run, they get it. Jayon Henry gets off the mark. He's on 144. I make it for the loss of 5.
Yes, and this ball just a short ball, short and wide delivery, giving Henry the chance to free up his hands, not making the kind of contact that he'd have loved to make with such a delivery. Probably would have wanted to go over extra cover, over the top of extra cover, where there's no protection in the deep and maybe get some 4 runs. But albeit he's off the mark, and it brings Wickham on strike. Wickham has been there for a minute, and it's 12. Just 12 runs from 18 deliveries while he was there with Jamie Wickham. Jamie would have taken up much of the strike during that partnership. But since we've seen the introduction of the captain, reintroduction of Carvon Bartholomew, who was struck on the thumb earlier on by Glasgow and came back just for 1 delivery. Just a matter of fact to read 2. Just a matter to
wide signal. Ball going down the leg side. The wicketkeeper Adams shouted the appeal, bellowed the appeal. Umpire Lantern not to be fooled on this occasion out when the arms, outstretched arms, signaling a wide. 45 for the loss of 5.
Yes, and I just want to comment on the behavior of the number 11 Jordan Charles, captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, slapping the ground in disgust and not being very satisfied with the decision of the umpire. But we have to remember, cricket is supposed to be a gentleman's game, and we have to always be the gentleman that we are required to be when we play in the sport. But sometimes, when you're looking for that victory, the eagerness to win, you express your disappointment in ways, but not very detrimental to the team, Andy. Just the support being shown by Jordan too. He's the bowler there looking to get that wicket. Kevin Joseph, he held on well when he had the bat, and now caught on with the ball, looking to produce an all-round performance. And so Jordan continues to support him.
So Kevin Joseph prepares to bowl once again to Henry. Henry's playing, trying to drive on the offside. The ball goes on the onside. Henry gets his second run. Grenada 46 for 5. They still require another 124 runs to gain a victory here. St. Vincent looking to get their first victory. They lost their 2 matches and now find themselves trying to win over Grenada here. Grenada, they have won 1, they've lost 1. St. Lucia, they have won 1, lost 1, but they look like they're having the better of Dominica over at Benjamin Park. Outside the off stump, he flashes out, going backing away and flashing and missing is Wickham, and the ball goes through to Adams behind the stumps.
Yes, Andy. If you make contact there, goes anyway straight to any of the 4 fielders. On the offside there, taking away the slipsman. You don't score a single. I mean, if you play in this, you just stab this out, and very very weighted situation, and then what you have a single being effected as opposed to the eve of a shot that is producing nothing, Andy.
So we're about to see the introduction of the captain. He gave Dugan an over or 2 after the drinks break. Now Dugan was quite successful, getting 2 wickets. He had Hillier bowled for 17, and in the very next delivery dismissed the captain, Cavon Bartholomew, bowled for a duck. Bartholomew was struck on the finger earlier by Glasgow. He retired hurt, and when he came back, in fact, Dugan still continues from around the wicket. So Charles was thinking of introducing himself, but he has decided, let's give Dugan another over.
Well, it is deservedly so, Andy. Dugan has been very economical and also penetrative as well. So you want to have a bowler like that still in the attack. And so it's a good decision there by Captain Jordan Charles to continue with Dugan, and that's what I'm telling you. If you have a fast bowler who's in the job, you want him to be able to do a 5 straight for you. And if you want him to do the straight 10, he should be able to do it and do it effectively so.
Good take there by wicketkeeper Adams. Ball hitting off the pad, going down the leg side. He's a tall man. He had to dive to his right, and he gathered the ball quite cleanly.
Yes, I've been pretty impressed with with Joanne at the back of the wicket. Joanne Adams has been is demonstrated to be very agile, and he follows the ball well. That's one of the things that I've noticed about him. Yesterday we spoke about, well, Sunday rather, we spoke about the ability of the Dominica wicketkeeper when he is keeping up to the stumps, to the spinners, and not as competent when he's keeping to the fast bowlers. Joanne is demonstrating that he's competent in both areas, and it's lovely to see that kind of work. The ball is coming off the pad, which deflects it even further away. So he's not just preventing, well, it's not a wide, but because of the deflection of the pad, and it's going into no man's land. That the kind of agility that we saw and the commitment to saving runs. You want to give him 2 thumbs up for that, and again we're seeing both Jordan Charles and Jawain leading up front as the leaders of the team for St. Vincent.
A high ball and going over. A no ball, 6 runs. So 7 runs will be added to the total. That brings up the 50 for Grenada. 53 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. 6 will be added there to the batter, Johan Henry. He will move to 8. 53 for the loss of 5. The ball slipping there from Dugan hands, and high footers way, no doubt about waist height. It was almost head height, but it was dispatched for 6.
Yes, a failed attempt rather of a slower delivery from DeAndre Dugan there, and we're seeing him going back to his fast deliveries, and but trying something differently, Andy. Maybe an attempt of a slower delivery, and the batsman there, Jayon Henry, capitalizing easily, not making too much of a big swing. Does it need enough for it to get across the boundary in a safe position for 6 runs?
Ball has gone down to fine leg. Let's wait for it's wide, so 2 more runs will be added. 55 it is, 55 for 5.
Yes, Andy, after a very difficult take by Joanne Adams, and this one much simpler, and he made a hash of things, and instead of saving a run, really add a run to the total for Grenada. But I'm not sure much harm has been done by this one. But again, DeAndre is going to have to learn from that in the situation we cannot be bowling so many extras, and in terms of wides and no balls. It's something that you want to cut off entirely. If you get an extra that is a leg by, you can understand. Yeah, but the extra deliveries that you have to bowl as a result of those extras, you want to minimize that as much as possible in a limited over. We saw some 35 runs, I think, being scored or being registered rather as extras for St. Vincent when they batted, and at that level you want to minimize it as much as possible.
So Wickham has moved to 13. Henry is on 8, 56 for 5. We're in the 19th over. So after this over, still 31 overs to be bowled. Another full toss and another no ball. So 1 more run, 57 it is, 57 for 5. A free hit coming up once again. He has really put in a good effort, Dugan. He has claimed 2 quick wickets, which has pecked back the Grenadians. But I think he's coming to the end of this spell. He must be tiring.
Yeah, and fatigue has a way of demonstrating itself, showing itself up, and I think that probably is a case of fatigue, and the looking to do something differently on 2 occasions, and both times getting it wrong. And so maybe it's time for Charles to really take off, give Dugan a rest, let him go and get back a little bit of his energy, reduce on the fatigue, and to be able to bring him back because he has not been very expensive.
Look at his body language. He's holding his waist.
And if you remember him when he started, he was this brisk. Now he's almost walking,
He's
looking,
blowing.
gasping for breath. Yeah, because his run is a long one, and he's really charging. You look at Adam Sanford. If you remember him, his run was not as long, but also his stride, the pace of approach was very slow, and it was not very fast. In the case of DeAndre Dugan, it's gonna test his cardiovascular endurance, and it's starting to show because he's always charging down.
Okay.
20?
I was wondering what you were saying, because when you say they still have 41 more overs, it's like 20 overs and more in the year.
So 20 overs have been completed. 58 for the loss of 5. Yudi is pointing out something, and this time I will need his glasses. So just tell me, Yudi, what you are seeing.
But Dominica, as an update, Dominica 68 for 8.
Wow.
68 for 8 in 21.5 overs.
Excuse me. One problem. Next time you're going to give an update, get the medical care. Some people might just jump over the balcony out of shock.
So then the medic is in the right place to catch them when they fall down.
So there, Kevin Joseph continues from the southern end, bowling to Henry from around the wickets. He chops it down to Charles, rifles the return. Charles there at squarish cover. Henry is kept on 9, 13 to Wickham. And now more bad news for Dominica. 9 wickets down. So St. Lucia wrecking havoc on the Dominica team there. Dismissing St. Lucia for 162. And earlier I was saying runs on the board. You may think 50 overs, 62, 162, just under 4 runs per over, easy, but never in cricket. Waits on the board there. Henry plays it to cover, and he can score.
Yes, Andy. I was talking about it earlier on. Look at the fielders in point. Short footman and cover, extra cover. All of them are short, kind of longish, almost to the edge of the perimeter. And you're hitting that shot hard. If you play it firmly, it's gonna get to them quickly. If you really want to rotate the strike in that case, because of where they are, you want to just dab that ball. The ball doesn't need to be dabbed. Just dab it into the space, and take a quick single as opposed to playing it firmly without control. And so this is one of the things that you want to get from the bowler for the batters, and Jay on Henry probably not thinking like that. And that is one of the things. Cricket is a sport where you have to outwit the bowler as the batsman, and then you want to outwit the batsman as the bowler. And I'm not sure enough thought is being put into it, just going through the motions and playing there, Jay on Henry and his partner there in Jamie Wickham.
So we've just seen a maiden over bowled by Kevin Joseph. Henry remains on 9. Wickham is on 13. After 21 overs, 58 for the loss of 5. And those of you following the Dominica, I wouldn't call it fortunes, maybe misfortune, 68 or so for 9.
71 for 9 is the updated score. 71 for 9.
So come in there to St. Lucia. One were different day, different result. Sunday, St. Lucia could only muster 120 103, I should say, and they had to get 124 for victory, and then they fell. Hits it to the right of cover, a chance there of a run out. Wickham playing the ball, setting up for the run, well fielded there at cover. Sent in the return, maybe not to the correct end. Maybe he should have attempted to go to the bowler's end.
Yeah, but good cricket all around, Andy. A lovely piece of fielding there by Elron Glasgow. Very athletic in the field, and just because he did not pick it up cleanly, it gave the batsman a chance for that run on that single. But if it did, the throw was well directed at the wicket keeper, it possibly could have been. We could probably have to go up to the for the review to see if he's out.
Zach Thomas, Henry plays to mid-on. Henry, the other Henry on the field, Casado Henry, and allows the batter to get one more run. He moves to 10, 60 for the loss of 5, as a delivery from Zach Thomas outside the off stump. Wickham allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Adams. Good delivery there by Thomas, forcing the defender. Dominica, the players are walking off, so it means that Dominica has gone down to St. Lucia. So over the top, over and into the long off boundary. 4 runs there to Wickham. He moves to 18, 64 for the loss of 5. So over at Benjamin Park, we see the players meeting each other, greeting and saying, well done. But St. Lucia getting the better of Dominica. So St. Lucia would have won 2 and lost 1. Dominica, same thing. And here, if Grenada loses, they would have lost 2. And it would have been the battle will be between Dominica and St. Lucia, which when I'm listening to the coaches of Dominica, even at the onset, that they're saying that they believe the tournament is between, although it's 4 teams, they believe their strongest competition will be coming from St. Lucia.
Well, St. Lucia, they're winning by 89 runs. It's a very emphatic victory there for St. Lucia over Dominica. And Dominica, well, by virtue of St. Lucia winning and having a maybe superior run rate, they may be ranked first as of now. But still a lot of cricket. There's a second round of matches that begin tomorrow. And that round of matches we'll have to do the make and break, Andy. But the tournament is still very wide open.
Henry hits this one over mid-wicket for 6. Up goes the hands of the umpire. His arms go raised high. 70 it is for 5. Henry moves on with that huge hit to 16. Short delivery. Hit over the man to the right of the man at extra cover. They run one. And they settle for one. Henry will move to 17. Wickham, who is on 18, will take strike. 71 for 5. We're in the 23rd over. 23rd. Gets a ball is Wickham. Wicket keeper Adams not holding on at the back. Joseph to Wickham. He gets the inner portion of the bat. Again, they're not capitalizing. Thought that there would have been two. One to Wickham. He moves to 19. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets. Plays the ball straight to cover and he can score. The over comes to an end. Over number 23. 72 for 5. Wickham is on 19. Henry is on 17. So these two have added some 30 runs. So a good partnership building up there. They lost the last wicket at 42 and now 72 for 5. The Zach Thomas bowls. We come in full control now. Batting for the team. Himself and Henry. They've got a huge task at hand. The overs are going quite. And he goes over the top. Lovely inside out. Over extra cover. Into the boundary it goes. Lovely shot there by Wickham. He moves to 23. 76 for the loss of 5. Excellent bit of batting there by Wickham.
Yes, Andy, we're seeing a consolidated middle order for Grenada, and Wickham is now looking to go over the top. We're seeing him accelerating the scoring now with a nice 6, a nice 4, and now a second 4 happening. He dabs this one there, looking to rotate the strike, and so it looks like an interesting run chase there for Grenada, facing itself through the innings.
Yes, just guiding this one to backward points. Gets his 24th run, 77 for 5. Wickham has settled down quite nicely. Getting the job done, and is well supported by Jayon Henry, who is on 17. 2 left-handed batters at the crease.
Yes, Andy, and two of them, they have both been able to manipulate the field a bit. 17 from 27 deliveries now is Jayon Henry, and 24 from 32 is the is Wickham, Jamie Wickham. Lovely sunshine there and a nice cool breeze. Yeah, Geneva making the ambience a good one for the players in the outfield, those of us who are celebrating the cricket.
So an over there from Zach Thomas. Over number 24 is completed. 5 runs came off that over. 77 for 5. Henry is on 17. Wickham is on 24.
Still requiring another 93 runs, Andy, from 156 deliveries. and I think it's really gettable. 77 for 5. But St. Grenada would want to ensure that these two would put on continue to build on that partnership that they've started so far. And once that is done, it will put themselves in a better position for them to be full of second win. So you have a free retire at the top with 2 wins by Grenada, St. Lucia, and Dominica.
St. Vincent will have something to say about that. They have lost 2 games, and I don't think they would take too kindly on losing a third. I think they will put all the effort in trying to secure a victory here at Geneva.
So far, St. Vincent, you want to give them the flowers. They've been doing a good job at trying to defend the total of 170. The 169 is what they posted, and trying to restrict Grenada to anything under 170 for them to pull off that win. And so far they've been doing good. 100, so just 77. 77? Yeah, 77 for 5.
And he's bowled him.
And now
Kevin Joseph gets rid of Jamie Wickham for 24. Just as we're talking and starting to think of a Grenada victory, here comes Kevin Joseph and has dismissed Jamie Wickham for 24. 77 it is for the loss of 6.
yes, and the 77 for 6. And just as we were saying that if Grenada is to position themselves there to try to effect that win, that middle order has to be consolidated, and that partnership between Jamie Wickham, the more dominant of the two, and the more set batsman between the two, between he and John Henry, we were saying that they would have to stay in there for a little while longer, and just as we spoke, probably it is the commentator's curse, but we're seeing Jamie being bowled there by Kevin Joseph. Kevin Joseph would have scored maybe 45 runs batting for St. Vincent, and now he's joining the wicket-taking column.
Yes, so the new batter is Desron Michel. He will join John Henry. Mitchell. 77 for 5. For 6, I beg your pardon. 35 runs between Jamie Wickham and John Henry. A 35-run partnership coming to an end with Joseph bowling from around the wicket, deceived the left-handed batter Wickham and having him clean bowled. Still comes around the wicket to bowl to the new batter, also batting left-handed. Desron Mitchell. Henry is on 17. Charles, the captain, has gone to second slip. Getting the ball outside the off stump, trying to tempt Mitchell into a false shot. Ball goes through, and you can see it seemed to have passed very close to the stumps, because you could see the reaction there of Joanne Adams.
Yes, and if we pick up the line of the delivery early o'clock, then you can get the trigger movement. But we're seeing the batsman there. He's now coming back for a second, and that is Devon Joseph. He's basically back foot stuck on the crease, not moving, and so a ball that is so tempting outside the off stump, turning away from you, becomes a little bit difficult for you to manipulate. And we saw him looking like a fish out of water almost in the previous delivery.
So a successful over from Kevin Joseph brings the end to over number 25. At the end of it, 79 for the loss of 6, an over which he got rid of Jamie Wickham for 24, and we've seen Darren Mitchell has come in and has gotten off the mark with a 2. Henry is fuck it. Looks like yes, it's Henry facing up to Zach Thomas. Goes for a big hit, a good solid hit. The fielder, the captain, knocks the ball back into play, calls for the second run. A throw to the wicket-keeper's end. But the batters cross for two. Good work there by Captain Charles, preventing the ball from going into the boundary.
Yes, thinking, not looking to grab onto it, knowing that it's so close to the boundary. Just parry this one to make ensure that it stays inside of the boundary and then comes in. So he's really saving two runs in the process. So excellent job there by the captain and Jordan Charles.
Henry on 19. He's hitting over the top. This one, another good strong hit over the boundary. 6 runs, wideish long off, signaled by the umpire. 6 runs. Henry moves to 25. 87 for the loss of 5 Grenada.
Yes, nice shot there from Jayon Henry. Continues with his scoring, albeit his partner Jamie Wickham is now back in the dugout. And usually sometimes when we have a partnership being built, when one goes, the other one almost always quickly follows. But Henry was able to score nicely with that shot there over the top.
Again, there's a fielder down there. They run one, he fumbles slightly and allows the batters to get 2 more. So 2 more to Henry. He moves to 27, 89 for 5. And scoring freely now is Henry.
Yes, Andy, a little bit of complacency in the outfield. You cannot, not because there are 5, 6 wickets down that you want to get complacent, because you still have the hitter Henry, who has been batting well so far, and he's now set and he's still scoring. You want to make sure that you have his flow of runs stemmed as much as possible, so we do not get him being too explosive and making good a run chase. And so St. Vincent, although they have at the moment an upper hand on the game, they should not let their kids down.
So just 79 for 6 after 25. Now it's what?
87 for 6.
It is. What's this one? 80, so it's 87 for 6. 87 for 6 after 26. Kevin Joseph continues. Bowler who just made an important breakthrough, getting Jamie. This one is played there to mid wicket and they can score. Jamie Wickham out for 24. Bowled by Kevin Joseph. Continues to bowl from around the wicket to the left-handers. Drives back straight to the bowler. Thank you very much. Picks it up and there's no run, so a quiet period now. Mitchell on strike, going back comfortably, plays it to extra cover. No run. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be pleased with how things are going for them presently.
Kevin has been making it a little bit difficult for the batters. 1 for 14 in 5.5 overs, Andy, and making it difficult for them. So it's still a mountain to climb, Andy, for Grenada with just 4 wickets remaining, another 83 runs from 149 deliveries at an asking rate of 3.61, and currently they've been 3.22. So not very far away from it, but albeit that they're missing, they have only four batters, 4 wickets remaining.
Yes, and the pressure been kept on. Kevin Joseph completing maiden over. So after 27, the score is kept on 87 for 6. So the more overs, more maiden overs, and you keep the run rate climbing, it becomes a more difficult task, as we're about to see Casado Henry being reintroduced from the northern end. I thought that he would be used, seeing that the wicket had some more bonks from the southern end. But having said that, we saw a few kept low from Dugan, from
Well,
that end.
Yes, so when the inconsistency of the bonks, you as a bowler want to use that as an advantage to you, playing in the minds of the batters, and we've seen the inconsistency of the bonks, really, and from both ends, really, Andy, and so Casado Henry, he would have done his exploits earlier, operating from the northern end, and he probably would want to be as successful or even better with his second spell of the innings.
Henry has grown in confidence. He's batting quite well. He has played some aggressive shots. He has mixed aggression with good defense. Looks quite good. He took 5 wickets when St. Vincent batted, and now with the bat he looks quite efficient. Plays this one down to a third man and will get a run, which will take him to 28. 88 now for the loss of 6.
Yes, 28 from 47 deliveries, and the nice scoring rate there. I think above what is required.
So Henry bowled and took 5 for 32. So having quite a good match so far.
He's certainly making contending rather for the player of the match award.
A run to Mitchell.
Yes.
Moves him to 389 for 6. The ball, a direct hit the stumps, but the batter was well entrenched in his crease.
Very well positioned umpire Leonard Angleben, very experienced, knowing just what to do, and being right there, they put out the money to sit. But what was most impressive there, Andy, was the work being done there by Jordan Charles to in the attempt of the run out, pick up and throw in almost one action.
Lifting delivery, not handled well on this occasion by Henry. It rushed onto him. Now he's saying what he may have done or might have done, trying maybe
Or
just
should have done.
and it almost spooned up for the bowler to take a return catch, but it dropped short, and
yes.
he lives to fight on.
Yeah, and whatever he did was the wrong thing, and he probably was too late into the shot. You have a guy there at mid wicket. You have a guy at Dave. You have a guy at square leg, and so any miss hit in that area looking to pull it would have been.
Time for catch, and what a catch! Oh, that is brilliant. That is magnificent. Jordan Charles, the captain at long off, comes up with a superb catch. My goodness me, they would have to play that one on the television screen for the whole week. I can tell you, diving forward brings about the end of Henry's innings. Out for 28, 89 now for the loss of 7 Grenada. What a catch, Judy.
Yes, certainly, Andy, and I will tell you, um, J.R. Henry was batting really well. But one of the things I learned from just looking at the game, you do not want to take on the captain, Jordan Charles. Jordan Charles is exceptional wherever you put him in the field, and you don't want to be playing that shot. And a nice catch there, running forward and to the right, and to take a diving catch all in one. And that was, as you rightfully said, is deserving to be on ESPN top 10 plays.
Seven must be Edwards. No. Aravinda Bishop. Aravinda Bishop. On the batter.
So the score's now 89 for 7. 89 for 7.
Yes.
89 for 7. So now join in 91. $91 for 7, we're being told. The new batter is Aravinda Jordan.
Bishop.
Bishop, sorry.
Aravinda Bishop. You
Aravinda.
got the first name right?
Aravinda Bishop.
Bishop. And it's a wide signal, so one more to the total. 92 for 7. 92 for 7. St. Vincent and the Grenadines working themselves into a winning position. Can they complete the job? Henry gets a lift in delivery, shouts the appeal to the umpire, knowing that he did not get a touch, but in his exuberance, having beat the bat, he shouted the appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Over number 28 is complete. 92 for the loss of 7. A successful over there from Henry.
Yes, Andy, very well directed delivery there from Henry to finish the over. Seeing his reintroduction into the his reintroduction there into the attack, rewarding with a wicket.
Adding to the 2 he had previously taken. Remember, he took 2 early wickets. Casado Henry, he had Charles, he had Rikim Charles, caught a short leg for 1, and also got Camille Abraham, whom he had bowled for 4. He took 2 out of the first 3 wickets to have fallen for Grenada. And now we see Kevin Joseph gets a ball to bounce and turn. Adams gathers cleanly behind the stumps. So Mitchell, the striker, is on 3. Has to contend with Kevin Joseph, who comes between the umpire and the stumps. Again, pitching on off, leaving the left-handed batter and into the gloves of Adams once again.
Yes, and Adams quickly just dislodges the bail between the middle and the off stump very quickly, Andy. It seems to be a cat behind the wicket.
We take a run and let's wait for the signal. A leg by signal there by umpire Lanton. 93 for 7. We are in over number 29. Over number 29. 93 for 7. Grenada, they only have 3 wickets. They require a further 77 runs. I make it 77 runs with just 3 wickets, and
129 deliveries.
so it's a tall ask for them. It's not an impossible task, but with the only 3 wickets in the hut, might prove to be a difficult proposition.
Yeah. Dot dot led by dot dot.
Over number 29 completed, 93 for 7. Aravinda Bishop yet to score. Mitchell is on 3. 29 overs completed. They require another 177 runs of 21 overs. I can tell you it's a huge mountain to climb with just 3 wickets, and with some of their better batters back into the huts. We had Wickham was batting quite well, and Jayon Henry. These two, Wickham 24, Henry 28, and only Hilaire scored 17. None of the other batters crossed into double figures. Outside the off stump, given a bit of width, and he strokes it pleasantly, finds the man at squarish cover, and he can score.
Well, and you see, I want to think that maybe all of the better batters have already been sent back to the dugout, and so it's only a matter of time, I think, before St. Vincent would have get them bowled off or successfully defending the total of 169 a day. But cricket is a funny game, and sports is a funny thing. It's never over until they say the fat lady sings.
Most definitely. So it's
In basketball, we say it's not over until the final whistle. But Andy, where did that idiomatic expression came from? It's not over until the fat lady sings. And we've been told by a very well-read gentleman that that is an expression from the opera.
we do not see any signal from the umpire, so I take it to mean that it's 1 run, 94 for 7. The batter on that occasion, there's Ron Mitchell. Mitchell will move to 4. In the absence of a signal, the run is credited to the batter. And it's now Bishop, who is yet to score. Faces up to Casado. Henry gets a delivery. Short, rising, but not too uncomfortable on this occasion. He ruled it well, stood tall, and played it in front of him. So, not afraid of pace, because most times you maybe see a when you see a batter moving towards square leg, you say he's running. But these batters, they hold their ground. Low, keeps low, plays it to backward point, and he can score.
Now, Andy, earlier on, I spoke about the trigger movement that we were not seeing from some of the batsmen. But this batter that is now on strike, is it Desron? Bishop. No, Bishop, look at him. Because of the trigger movement, moving a little bit early, he was able to negotiate the lack of bounce and could come down quickly and just punch this one there to the guy at backward point.
Chance of a run out, shying at the stumps. The non-striker was charging down the pitch, and he was sent back. but if there was a direct hit, he would certainly be caught out of his ground. But the over comes to an end. Over number 30 completed, 94 for the loss of 7. Grenada in search of 170 for victory after 30 overs, 94 for 7, 20 more overs to be bowled in this 50 over side. Windward Islands tournament, under 19 tournament, being played in Dominica.
Yes, Andy. Still just 120 deliveries to go in the innings, and still requiring another 76 runs. Not sure, but it's cricket.
Joseph, that's it. One into trying to get into the pads there of Mitchell. Mitchell digs the ball out. Man at mid wicket. Dugan is there, and there is no run.
Yes, and when you look at the game and the context of the game, and still a very gettable total, that is why you want to see your bowlers have to be able to carry the bat. You need to, and sometimes when you look at the preparation of teams, especially when there's a little bit of time or less time being used to prepare the teams, they tend to want to have only the batters. You go to a cricket practice when we have in throwdowns, and usually the bowlers hardly ever get a chance of really batting and batting for long periods. But you want, when the situation of the game is like that, so you're going to go to the training today, and when you're doing situational training, that you want your bowlers being the ones getting plenty. So the situation is we are down 7 wickets, and we still have another 20 overs to go, and we have the batters batting for the next 20 overs, and to give him that chance in the context of things, to make things happen. And when we do that, we'll actually be preparing the bowlers for situations such as this. When you have early wickets, being lost, and now the total is still gettable, you want your team, you do not want to put your head down and bury it as an ostrich and giving up too early. You want to be able to get your bowlers or your designated bowlers to be batsmen as well.
That's an important point you make there, UD, and one that reminds me of Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh would come in with the tail of Australia, but he would have trained McGrath and Gillespie and all of these to bat, and he maybe would be on 40 something, and you'd be surprised that Steve Waugh would end up getting a century because he paid attention to his lower order staying there with him, and many a time he scored runs and got Australia out of trouble with the lower order batters, as you call them now. They hate to be called tail-enders.
Well, sometimes we have to call them tail-enders because the tail wags so long. You understand? But it's one has to recognize is that cricket is multifaceted. The sport is multifaceted, and everybody doesn't bat at once. Out of the 22 players that are playing the game, there will only be 2 batters. There will only be 2 batters batting, right? But so when you are called upon to be among those 2, you want to be able to hold your end and to do the job that is required of you. And so I think as much emphasis has to be put on the bowlers, or what we call the tail-enders, being able to bat as you want to do it for the batters. The thing is, the truth is, when you have a frontline batsman whose role is to bat, he has to come in there and bat. There's nothing else that he can do. So you probably do not want him bowling because he cannot bowl. But a batsman, a bowler, has to bat. And so you want to ensure that he has the ability to do
Both cuts there. Zacado Henry has made the breakthrough. Casado Henry is. I changed his name for a moment, but it's actually Casado Henry getting a return catch there. He has taken it gleefully. Grenada lose the 8th wicket with the score on 95. 95 for 8 as the player there hitting the ball straight back, and thank you very much, says Henry. Takes his 4th wicket and sets back Grenada further into a losing position.
Yes, and then as you'd have seen from the replay there, that ball just hitting at the top of the bat, between the middle and the top of the bat, and this just bubble up to give the bowler a dolly of a catch to give him his 4th wicket. So Desron Mitchell is the one out for
Cotton
4
ball
runs.
for 4,
Yeah.
95 for 8.
And that'll be the 4th wicket there for
Henry.
Henry.
So it looks like Jeremy Edwards is the new batter. He has joined Aravinda Bishop. Bishop yet to score. And Edwards, Jeremy Edwards, there are 2 Edwards. There's Aaron Edwards and Jeremy Edwards, 2 fast bowlers.
And they are the one. So the last one to come is Aaron.
Chance there, straight to cover, in and out. Jeremy Edwards gets a life and gets a run. 96 for the loss of 8 wickets. Was there to be caught. He dived forward, but we saw Charles taking one similar, but he held on to it. On this occasion, the fielder not holding on.
Well, this is the day. Observing what took place, and then if I should just assess the biomechanics of that, just at the point of making contact, he is moving his hand upward, suggesting that there's a little extra that he doesn't want his elbow to knock, so he wants to effect the catch before the elbow knocks. But he was way off the ground, and that little slight movement and is what probably would have allowed that ball to just bubble off his hand. So you want to still remain as still as possible in a position already to catch the ball, and that's what we teach the children. When you're catching it now, you don't want to move it, you don't want to rush the delivery, you don't want to rush the ball. And I think just at the point of effecting it, just rush it a bit, and that might be the reason why it bubbled off his hand. But albeit a very good effort there by the fielder.
So Bishop gets his first run. Edwards is 1. Bishop 1. 97 for the loss of 8. The person dropping the catch there at cover, DeAndre Dugan. He'll feel much better about himself today after making 2 important breakthroughs, getting the captain out, Bartholomew, for a duck, and also getting Hillier for 17 bowled also. His teammates applauding him. They realize the writing is on the wall, so they're still giving encouragement to their teammates. The friendship has developed, so they keep encouraging each other.
Well, Andy, you should never play die till you're dead, and it's commendable that the dugout.
In the air, Charles is getting across and takes another superb catch. Dive into his right. He came in there from long off. He had to make the yards. He ran across and he dived and brought out about a spectacular catch. What a superb catch once again by Captain Jordan Charles. 97 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Brilliant, superb, magnificent work there by Jordan Charles, getting another catch there and giving Zakado has Casado, we're saying change his name automatically. Casado Henry has taken 5 wickets.
Yes, Andy, and we almost speechless by what we saw from the captain there, Jordan Charles. Jordan Charles doing a wonderful catch, and I'm hoping that his reward for such a lovely piece of work there in the outfield is an injury. I trust that he's safe and he's back. Well, he is not out. The other players are out getting a sip of water. He's still there, and you have to commend such an effort there from Casado Charles. From Jordan Charles.
So one Edwards is Edwards there. Edwards, yes, there's an S. One Edwards replaces another. So Jeremy goes back to the pavilion, out for 1. And Aaron Edwards, the last man, comes in now. He will join Aravinda Bishop. Bishop is on 1. Aaron Edwards comes out. Jeremy has made his way back to the pavilion. St. Vincent, they lost their first 2 games, and they will be quite delighted if they can achieve, which they seem to be on the path of completing a victory. We see Elron Glasgow being reintroduced from the southern end. So trying to wrap it up as quickly as possible. They decide that let's change, and let's have Glasgow. Backs away. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. 97 for the loss of 9 wickets. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they scored 169, of which Kevin Joseph scored 45. Ozed Thomas 21, and Casado Henry made 18. Here is Glasgow. Here is the batter there, fanning at 1 outside the off stump. And now is showing that he could have raised his bat. So Aravinda Bishop, the batter, taking strike from Glasgow. Glasgow trying to wrap it up here at Geneva Playing Field. We have been blessed with brilliant sunshine all day today. Good delivery. Played there quietly in front of him by Bishop. Coming to the end of the proceedings. Just the time check will tell me it's just about 3:45. Glasgow goes to Bishop. Bishop is beaten, all ends up. All goes through to the wicket keeper. So that will really open up the tournament and put an interesting twist to the second round. With St. Lucia winning 2 and losing 1, Dominica winning 2 and losing 1. Both St. Vincent and Grenada will have lost 1 each and 1 each. Plays this one beautifully straight to cover.
Lost 2 and 1 each.
Yes, lost 2 and 1. Yes, so that would be the both Grenada and St. Vincent. And on the other hand, Dominica 2 and 1. 2 wins, 1 loss. I think I've got it right.
Yes,
Fine,
you will.
yeah.
Yes, you are.
Glasgow to bow to. He stops in his track. Maybe not satisfied with his run-up. He bowled a good spell earlier. He only got 1 wicket. He was rewarded with 1. But the main strike man, the man who took all the wickets, Casado Henry, has picked up 5. And when everything, this dust has settled, we'll give you his bowling figures. has a delivery outside the off stump. Needs to attack the stumps a bit more. Is the last batter on, so you need not fear in getting between stump to stump.
Manage.
Gets a delivery, covers up, plays it to squarish cover, fielded well. The over comes to an end. 32 overs completed. 97 for 9. Bishop still on 1. Aaron Edwards yet to score. Will Casado Henry finish it off and get a sixfer? He took 4 for 30 in the first match. Was it Saturday? Took 4 for 30, and he took 1 wicket on Sunday, and today he has a 5-wicket haul so far. Can he get 6?
And we've not seen many rabbits. We've not seen many rabbits, but maybe Aaron is.
He's a tall player. You can see him. The tall man, tall lanky figure out there. Left-handed batter. Henry will fancy himself getting another wicket, but he strays this one down the leg side, and the wide will be signaled by umpire Lenny Dangoben. 98 for 9. We're in the 33rd over. What wonderful conditions we've had here at Geneva playing field. It has really been great being out here. Sunday, the game was truncated to 30 overs a side. Not so today. We can go to 60 overs a side today. Hits in the air. Charles is running across. This time he won't get to it. It is away from him on this time. The others were away from him, but this one was really too far from him. And the 2 runs, the 100 is posted. 100 for the loss of 9. Aaron Edwards gets off the mark with 2.
Well, Andy, I'm sure St. Vincent would have loved to restrict Grenada to less than that 100. And just the final delivery, I think maybe just a little hurting Charles is the reason why he did not go for that catch.
I don't think he wants to hang around too long. If it's in the arc, you swing, and that's exactly what Edwards has decided to do. He's doing a replay, but his replay is looking very awkward. I think he can stick with what he is good at. Just swing the bat, because I don't believe that shot I saw him essay in there. It really wasn't picture perfect, to say the least.
I'm not going to join you, Andy. I'm not going to join you.
He gets a creeper, and luckily for him, it wasn't on the stumps. It was down the leg side. 101 for 9, as that one went down the leg side. But you could see that one kept all along the pitch, and had it been on the stumps, I don't think there's much that Aaron Edwards would have been able to do to keep it out.
Not sure he would be willing to keep it out either. Aaron probably is checking why am I still here?
Again, another wide. You would be advised. It's not the top order. You've bowled well. You have taken 5 wickets. But sometimes the lower order, the tail end, they frustrate you in going off your plan.
Well, Andy, really and truly, I am not sure Aaron Edwards has has done anything to frustrate Casado Henry. I just think Casado has not remained resolute in his ways, recognizing that he has not shaped up as anything much of a batsman. And in those situations as those, you want really to just bowl wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit. That kind of situation instead of experimenting.
Although Casado did not deliver the ball, you could see Aaron Edwards was posing and staying in the pose, holding the pose. And maybe Henry was just looking to see what sort of shot he seemed to want to attempt. Was a slow delivery, hoping that Edwards would swing at. Edwards decides no, as they would say, and the crowd would have shouted out no. But that is when you want to draw a game. But there is no draw whatsoever. Sun is out in all its glory. No chance of even a drizzle at this point in time.
Although the beauty of everything, I think the one drawing that we would love to see is that of an artist painting the picture of the guys in the outfield and looking really good in that glorious sunshine and the beauty of the scenery around.
Yes, perfect picture for an artist to paint, and it's really a good idea. You've seen the greenery, you've described it very well, UD, nestled in that area there where we are really in that area, and trees all around the ground, nice green, and really the nature isle, as we call it, of the Caribbean, or maybe the world some say, and there is no doubt about it, absolutely no doubt.
Well, certainly, and we are in a cocoon of the beauty of green here at the Geneva playing field, and I think he's negotiating. The thing is about Henry's slower deliveries, they are not really disguised, and so it gives Aaron all the time in the world to just look at it and put the bat there. He's not looking to swing, not looking for a heave of a shot. But I still believe if you could just put that with your usual pace, where you push it at him, let him lose the patience, as opposed to being wide and,
I think what Casado is hoping is that Edwards makes a wild swish, but he held his own on that occasion. He refused to go for the almighty heave, which is exactly what Casado is looking for him to do. Go for a big hit and just sky the ball. But he did not oblige in that over. 33 overs completed. 102 for 9 is the total, as Glasgow continues from the southern end.
Yes, and Bishop there is equal to the task on a lovely delivery, just pushing this one forward, Andy, into the cover region, and not looking for a single at all, and just maybe looking to get the St. Vincent bowlers as tired as possible, as they get some batting practice that they usually probably would not get during the normal training session. But I'm not sure the equation that we have at the moment is one that favors Grenada winning that game.
So Bishop has been there for some time. He's on 1. Edwards is on 2. That's Aaron Edwards. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines would like to wrap it up as soon as possible, because every opportunity is a test. Sometimes you come to that same situation and you cannot dismiss the last batters, and they maybe just need 4 or 5 runs and you end up losing. So you've got to take it in its stride and put every effort to dismiss the last batter.
Well, that's why we're talking about planned efforts. Sometimes these bowlers, you have a game plan against the batters. They recognize batsmen in the team, and then they execute well. And now when you get for want of a better word, the tail enders, they tend to not be able to execute planning well. And so that's what I'm saying. As a cricketer, And at any sport we play, as a matter of fact, you have to be able to think through the process. Plan sometimes without taking initiative in planning something new if the original plan did not cater for you and they. If you understand where I'm coming from, you have to be able to think through the process and say, what can I do based on what I'm seeing that I need to do? When you look at Vince Daru, when he was given the last 2 overs in the game on Sunday, he moved away from bowling the ball wide and looking for that catch, and just decided, I'm just going to bowl wicket to wicket. He had this generated an unsuspecting pace, and he was able to do that consistently, taking two wickets in 1.1 overs to bring the game to the end. And at that stage there, you'd think that Casado Henry and Glasgow, your 2 frontline bowlers, being able to do the same against the lesser batters in the number 10 and 11 for Grenada.
So one more bye to be added, 104 for 9. It would be a bit disappointing for St. Vincent and Grenadines. A win is a win. But let's assume that Grenada would stay there and bat the rest of the overs. Although not making the runs, they would feel, I think St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be disappointed, although getting the win. But they will feel that they did not execute as they ought.
Yeah, I'm certainly sure. I want to agree with you on that. You want to go out there and you want to be clinical in your ways. I mean, with that win, St. Vincent would be 1 win like Grenada, each having 1 win, 1 loss. The earlier you get rid of Grenada, is the better your run rate is. Your net run rate, and with a better net run rate, it puts you in 3rd position as opposed to 4th, which is the last place. You understand? So you would want to have the batsmen outdone, especially these batsmen. You want to have them out as quickly as possible, and certainly if they were to bat the whole entire 50 overs, even if St. Vincent was to win the game, then they would still be disappointed. I mean, reason to be happy about, but with the win, but disappointed in not being able to execute or be as clinical as it could have been or they should have been.
Henry begins his 10th over, his 10th and final over. It's over the top. The ball will bounce twice, 3 times. They run 2. So Edwards will get his 4th run. He's on 4, 106 for the loss of 9. The final over for Casado Henry. He would want to wrap it up and end up with figures of 6 wickets, a 6-fer as they say. It's a real nice feeling. 5 is okay, 6 you feel really that you have achieved plenty. Pose 1, which Edwards plays to extra cover, and there is no run. So Glasgow it is at extra cover. Dugan there at mid-on. Zach Thomas at mid-wicket. Here is delivery on the stumps, looking for Edwards to go for the big heave. He has posted the man because the ball, 2 balls earlier, went to deep cover. So he has set the sweeper out there and trying to bowl some slower deliveries and hoping that Edwards goes for the almighty heave.
But with a deep 3rd man like that, you're not going to get and bowling slower deliveries. I prefer he bowl that pace and looking to get it straighter than bowling slow deliveries. Let me not call it slower deliveries. It's bowling slow deliveries. Because if you bowl in slow deliveries that are not disguised as slower deliveries, then Edwards is able to pick it up consistently and just pushes it. But you have a deep 3rd man, all the way in the deep. You have a deep cover, or sweeper, you want to call it. You're looking for a ball that goes up by swinging, and he's bowled.
Clean bowl there. The innings has come to an end. 107 all out. Aaron Edwards goes bowled by Casado Henry. Henry gets his 6 wickets, and Grenada all out for 107, losing by 62 runs.
Yes, Andy. Better, slower delivery. And gripping the rewards, playing across the line, and he's bold. So, but I must say we can commend St. Vincent for their efforts today. They look like the better team, especially when they were in the outfield, looking to defend the total of 169. I'm scoring 169 this morning, batting first after winning the toss, and they were able to come out there and consistently on regular intervals take the wickets, and particularly so you want to commend what's his name, Casado Henry for taking 6-4. I'm not sure, but
We'll get the figures as soon
in
as they are compiled by the scorers. What I can just do is to just run through what has happened for today's play, because we have come to the end of the proceedings. It has been a good match. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they won the toss. They decided to bat, and the bowling figures now coming to me. Aaron Glasgow bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 6 runs, 1 wicket, an economical spell by Glasgow. Casado Henry, look at these figures: 9 overs and 4 balls, no maiden, 6 for 28. These figures needs repeating: 9.4 overs, no maidens, 28 runs and 6 wickets, an economic rate of 2.9. DeAndre Dugan bowled quite well today, bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19, his figures reads. LeBron Douglas only bowled 2 overs, none for 11. Kevin Joseph bowled 8 overs, 1 for 16. And Zach Thomas bowled 3 overs for 21 runs. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines dismissed for 107, giving St. Vincent a win. Grenada out for 107, giving St. Vincent and the Grenadines a win by 62 runs. So good bowling figures there for UD. 6 for 28. A comment on Casado Henry's bowling.
Well, even before I comment on Casado, I think Aaron Glasgow up top bowling 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6 at an economy rate of 0.75 is very commendable. But the more penetrative was Casado Henry, who was able to outwit the batsmen and taking 6 for 28 in 9.4 overs. I think that was an exceptional performance there, and committed bowling. What I love to see is these fast bowlers being able to bowl their almost a full allotment of overs. It speaks to their strength to be able to go there consistently, do their do. And I also want to say, with the likes of DeAndre Dugan, who had 2 for 19, from 5 overs. When we look at these individuals, and LeBron Douglas as well, we want to say that these guys really hold the fort, and let us know that fast bowling is still alive and well in the sub-region, the Winlott Islands. It's nice to see that St. Vincent, who is known for fast bowling, continues to produce fast bowlers, Andy. Yeah, but when we look at the way the bowlers went about taking the wickets, we had fall of wickets at 2 and 3 and 6, 12. Then we had
45.
not many. As I pay attention to the fall of wicket, Andy, not many large or meaningful partnerships there, and so St. Vincent was able through the bowlers on one end being very economical, on the other end you had um, what's his name? Casado Henry being very penetrative, and so a very good effort there, Andy. And it really, that has really spun the competition on a different level now. Going into the second round of matches commencing tomorrow, you'd want to think that St. Vincent, they would want to face their next opponent and be and looking for a second win to put themselves among those who would have won two matches. If St. Vincent wins tomorrow and Grenada wins tomorrow, it's really a toss-up. St. Vincent would have won their second match, and Grenada won their winning their second match. And then what you'd find is all the teams are locked on 2 wins and 2 losses. So it'll be good for these teams to build back tomorrow and get wins. But Dominica and St. Lucia, they would want to get the upper hand going on tomorrow and winning that match that when they face up tomorrow.
So just to run through what has happened here today, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they won the toss and they decided to bat. They managed to get 169 runs, which Kevin Joseph getting 45, Uzed Edwards got 21, and Casado Henry chipped in with 18. The pick of the bowlers for Grenada, Jayon Henry picked up 5 for 32 of 7.2. Aravinda Bishop, Desron Mitchell, Shamil Hillier, and Jeremy Edwards each took 1 wicket. So 169, giving Grenada a target to get of 170. They began not with a very good start. Jordan John was bowled by Glasgow for no score when the score was on 2 for 3, when Charles Rikim Charles was caught at short leg by Bob, bowled Casado Henry for 1, 3 for 12 on the stroke of lunch, when Camille Abraham was bowled by Casado Henry for 4. They went to lunch. After lunch, they came back and they lost Shamil Hillier, bowled there by Dugan for 17. 5 for 42, and Captain Bartholomew, who had been struck on the finger earlier by Glasgow, came back. He had retired hurt, he came back, and his very first ball he received from Dugan, DeAndre Dugan, he was bowled for no score. Jamie Wickham batted quite well with Jayon Henry, before he was bowled by Kevin Joseph for 24, 77 for 6, 89 for 7, when Jayon Henry was caught by Charles of Henry for 28, 8 for 95. Desron Mitchell caught and bowled by Henry for 4, 9 for 97. Jeremy Edwards caught by Charles, brilliant catching in the outfield by Captain Charles, bowled by Henry for 1, and the last batsman going, Aaron Edwards, bowled by Henry for 4, leaving Aravinda Bishop not out on 2. 107 all out the Grenadians managed. For St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Aaron Glasgow bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Casado Henry, 9 overs and 4 balls, no maidens, 28 runs conceded, and 6 for 28. 6 for 28, Casado Henry. Dugan, who had a better showing here today, DeAndre Dugan, bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. LeBron Douglas bowled 2 overs just for 11 runs. Kevin Joseph bowled 8 overs, took 1 for 16. And Zach Thomas bowled 3 overs for 21. 35 overs and 4 balls as we have. So I've been told that UD John is going to have an interview. So I don't think we can get it live. Can we get it live?
Yeah.
We're going to get it live. So UD is getting his way out there. So Grenada dismissed for 107 all out, Casado Henry, the main destroyer, 6 for 28, and only Jayon Henry with 28, and Wickham provided any resistance, 24, as UD John makes his way down to the playing field. As soon as he's ready for us, we'll get to him. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning here today at Geneva playing field by 62 runs. So the news from Benjamin Park is that Dominica went down to St. Lucia.
All right.
We're getting some instructions.
The captain.
Plays over.
You can call it
The
captains.
Grenadians have lost. The Vincentians, they lost their first 2 games. They have won that game as we get the captain of Grenada, UD John, is on.
No, I put a very valiant effort this morning. I'm restricting St. Vincent to just 169 runs, chasing 172 win. And what do you make of your efforts this morning in the outfield as compared to your batting prowess this afternoon?
Well, our feeling in the outfield was reported. I find like our bowlers created the chances and we wasn't taking it. And our ground feeling have to improve. Man hitting balls and it just going through players' legs. So all that have to be discussing meeting tonight.
All right. Now, you, like St. Vincent, you both have 1 win and 2 losses. And just to give you an update as to what happened today at Benjamin's Park, Dominica lost poorly, lost by, I think, by 89 runs to St. Lucia. So St. Lucia and Dominica are both with 2 wins and a loss, and you and St. Vincent are done with 1 win, one win and 2 losses. Going into the game tomorrow, what do you think would be the hopes of Grenada in trying to get back in a position to contend for the championship?
Well, all you have to do is just stick to the basic, do what is working for you, don't change nothing, and hopefully we can beat Dominica tomorrow.
All right. So in the middle order, you had some glimpse of brilliance with Wickham batting and with Healy. What do you hope tomorrow that will be differently when you're actually batting? Because when you're batting tomorrow.
Well, I say just keep it simple. Find our top order is not performing to the best, especially our opening batsman. They are capable of scoring runs and they just should give in a wicket away. So hopefully they can apply themselves in a wicket tomorrow and score runs.
All right. Thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow. And we are now with the captain of St. Vincent. Let me first congratulate you, Mr. Charles. I think if for no reason at all somebody recognize you or know you as the captain by your very performance in the outfield this afternoon, leading by example, you were exceptional. So let me say congratulations for such performances and the wonderful catches. But now that you would have put yourself, Team St. Vincent, that is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that is among the wins, going into tomorrow's match against St. Lucia, what do you look to bring tomorrow to actually maybe get a second victory under your belt?
Well, I think that you guys have the hopes up now. As we win our first game, first 2 games we lost was behind us, so just bouncing back now.
Well, you would have done tremendously well this afternoon. You did well. You had some wonderful catches. You were leading by example in the outfield. And now St. Vincent looked like a much better team than we saw in the previous 2 matches that you guys played against St. Lucia and Dominica. Going forward tomorrow, do you think that you could replicate the performances that you had with the likes of Casado Henry taking 6? A 5-4 is something that, as a fast bowler, you'd want to get under your belt. What do you think Dominica is threatened tomorrow by your performances?
Well, I think we have a good team. Started off, the bowling unit is doing very well. So I hope that they continue. I know for sure they will continue. Just that the batting needs to click. And
in the middle order, you had Kevin getting 45, and I think that probably should have made for the second half century of the competition. Who else are you depending on tomorrow to look to bat through the innings and carry the bat and maybe get to a half century or even a century?
Well, I'll say is just the batting need to click, right? We have batting from 1 to 9, 11, you could see. So just that, guys need to be patient and hope for the best.
All right, and thanks again and good luck, and I wish you good luck into your match tomorrow against Dominica. Okay, we have with us Casado Henry. Casado, you are one of two. You are one of two players to come out of this match with 5 wickets, I think. Well, with a 5-4 rather. I think Henry, that is Jayon Henry from Grenada, when they were bowling, he had 5 wickets, and you as the second Henry. It was a Henry's day today with 6-4. What do you make of your performances this morning?
Well, starting the first innings, fellas them go outside and go out and bat. They do their best. So it was 167, right?
Yeah, 169.
169. So they do their best, and to me, that is a total to defend. So for the second innings, just go and do my best foot forward and take 6 wickets.
With looking for your 6 wicket, with Aaron Edwards at the wicket and Jeremy Edwards, Aaron Edwards, sorry, at the wicket. What was your thought process over your last 2-3 overs trying to get him out?
Well, I was trying to set him up because I saw like the ball over, well, on the half side. So I trying to set him up with a slow ball so the skipper can catch the ball down at long half. But unfortunately, he didn't play the shot I wanted and he ended up and miss, so he missed a hit.
Well, again, congratulations. It was a tremendous thing looking at you guys bowl. I can tell you by the way you guys are doing things out there, it says that with the likes of you, Dugan, Glasgow, that there are a number of fast bowlers still in St. Vincent, and the art of fast bowling in the sub-region, the Windward Islands, is still alive. So congratulations, and going forward, I wish you well in tomorrow's match against St. Lucia. Okay, and this is it. We have now come to the end of our broadcast. On behalf of my partner Andy Carter, the well-known, formidable commentator, I want to say thank you. See you tomorrow when the competition continues here at Geneva in the Winlott Inc Windward Islands U19 cricket competition.
Well,
When the competition continues here at Geneva